I can't get over that last hand. Volkov just thrown in the bin, but a delayed bin. Right now he's sitting on a cloud thinking he's made a great fold.
Yeah.
Just flatting. Makes sense. Romero's going to be blasting all these ace-high boards and will continue to do so.
Yeah, very casual call there.
You also want him to continue betting big for value when he has a hand like ace-king, which now, of course, would be disastrous. But those big aces do bet big on turns. On a rainbow board. I think Romero's still going to feel like he's got the best hand a lot here. Let's see. Not worried about ace-king. Button peel. Ace-queen becomes slightly more possible. Ace-jack is, of course, available. But Romero's going to have some hands like to bluff here. The backdoor heart combos. And this ace-10 is not like a disaster one if we end up having to fold it on a later street. Again, Angel, I think just call here. There is concern now, of course. You are behind to some hands, but you also just want to let these hands to continue to go for value. And it's a great river for both players as ranges. Romero, obviously, like I say, that can be behind ace-jack.
But that's it, James. Like ace-8, ace-jack, maybe the ace-2.
Yeah.
You know, obviously the suited cards come in here on the button an awful lot, but there's much more to target.
Yeah, well, the ace-5 suited, the ace-4 suited, the ace-9 suited. There's a bunch.
And I assume he's going to do so for similar sort of sizing maybe to what we've seen on flop and turn.
Yeah, I think ace-queen goes for pretty big. I think ace-10 does go small for that reason. You just don't want to give... You want to pick a size here where like ace-jack never wants to raise, ace-queen never wants to raise in case you're behind, but also that any other ace just can never fold.
And Angel now obviously behind a couple of hands.
I like that, 100k, pretty small.
Pocket kings, ace-king. But must go for some value here and then reassess if he was to be 3-bet. I guess 3 times the bet always feels about right in this spot.
Yeah,
targeting ace-queen, ace-jacks.
He's gone pretty small, remember, that 100 into 288, just smaller than perhaps you might have expected.
Very much representing a boat when you raise in this spot.
Yeah, and he does have them all. He has deuces, he has eights, he has ace-8 suited.
Ace-queen presumably would just call, so it has to be boats.
That's the thing, I mean, it does, but I'd go slightly larger for Romero on this river to kind of stop myself getting in as many different situations, but yeah.
So we talked about finding bluffs, unnatural ones in that previous hand. What are the bluffs here, James?
8x of hearts.
Yeah, 7, 8 of hearts. That sort of feels like the type of hand category.
Yeah. And
4, 5 of hearts.
Yeah,
is that a thing?
You'd always want to be blocking a hand that you want to rep. So you want to have an 8 here, block 8s. Have a deuce here, block deuces. Obviously very hard to have a deuce here without having deuces. Obviously the 8, if you have like 8, 9 with the 8 of hearts, obviously that's, you can't have ace-8 of hearts. So I mean, you can't have that ace-8 suit, but you can have ace.
But it's so dangerous to raise in this spot into your opponent's range when he can have all of it, and he has bet 3 streets. So credit to Romero for recognizing that fact. An under bluffed spot in the sense that it almost never gets bluffed, and he spotted that. Big slick here for a booty.
$30,000, just the standard open sizing. Now I think we're starting to see truly, as we're down to 157, and the pace of those bust outs seems to be fairly steady, David. The awareness that every little extra 30 seconds, 60 seconds here and there that we're able to milk out of a pre-flop decision that really isn't a decision whatsoever is just fair play and good business.
Absolutely.
And ranges are supposed to narrow up in a situation such as this one. Unless, of course, you're one of the big, huge stacks in the room and are able to just be abusive.
Yeah, and I think we're entering into a period now of, we don't know quite exactly how long, but let's say an hour, where those big stacks will be jostling for rank, trying to be the one stealing from these short and middle stacks who are handcuffed, so to speak. Vying for table captaincy in this period. As we see another bust out on another table. We've lost 2 people just in the time it's taken to get round the table here.
That is obviously a delightful sight for all those remaining, but in particular, those
look at
stacks
this.
of sub-10 bigs and top pair, top kicker against a set of 7s is the development here as we see the first involvement from Domenico Zappia.
Wow, and does a booty find a check back here ever? I doubt it. And that is going to open the door for Zappia.
And this is a terrible spot for a booty, but let's see how Zappia wants to proceed. Obviously, there's a bit of texture in the form of the 2 Broadway connectors and the spades, but it does feel as though the interaction from a booty as an upfront opener is going to be in the form of 1 or 2 pair, more so than any of the draws. So a clean turn card after the set of 7s, slow played on the flop. Now let's see if a booty has a taste for another barrel. He is covered.
Yeah, and there's plenty for him to target here in terms of worse hands, but he's also going to be aware of overcommitting himself here. Looks like maybe something around 2/3 pot, yeah. And an interesting inflection point now in the hand for Zappia with the 7s. He's out of position, may feel as though he has to do his own betting here for fear of being checked back on river. But also, his opponent seems pretty happy with his holding. Does he just call and check it on over for a 3rd time?
We await that choice. So Booty's 90K. He's drawing dead. Little does he know it.
One round.
And the thing about the raises at this point in time, David, is that they just look so strong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I will look at the telephone.
Like, they're just never air, so they're combo draws or their value, and there's no value you beat, even with ace king. King jack never does this. So you're worried about queen 7, you're worried about king queen, and then the hands when you're in good shape are maybe, I don't know, jack 9 of spades, jack 10 of spades, ace 10 of spades.
Do we expect that level of aggression and ambition out of Zappia here? Leveraging the ICM maybe incentivized to approach that sort of kit in that way as opposed to top of range?
Well, it has put even a hand as good as ace-king in the blender, so maybe.
Oh, no. Showers for Abudi as he calls, and that will be that. The ace-king drawing dead. And that's going to be a point not lost on him, as an 895,000 chip pot, regardless of the river, will be delivered to Zapia's doorstep. And the Aussie will love it just about as much as Abudi will hate it.
It was a cold deck.
To come this far, David, 155 left, 143 paid. I mean, whether you're the stone bubble or 10 to 12 away, it is heartbreaking, as you can see.
Stream right now, but I don't know. I think this has been very engrossing stuff. Obviously, the pace of play is not rapid fire. That just doesn't happen at this stage. But it's an intricate period of play, which I think a lot of people do enjoy. Apologies for my misidentification there. I said Recep, of course. That's Recep center screen right now. It was Mad Turk.
Allah, yeah.
Chatting it up.
I bet somebody died in this chair before me. There must be somebody died in this chair before. Do you think? All I get is crap hands.
Inheriting the eights.
I can't even make a straight.
Straights are hard to make, by the way. 7-3 confirmed crap hand.
Lozef's turn for the pocket eights this time, as Mad Turk sort of drifting into improvisational comedy mode now for us. He's concerned that the audience aren't being entertained enough, so he's going to bring some of that entertainment himself, I think.
What a noble cause there to take up here on the money bubble. The entertainment of the audience at home, as opposed to the economics of bursting the bubble. As we see just 153 remain, 10 away. Jack deuce suited is obviously not the reason for the pause there. Hodge milking, as all are inclined to do.
Another player incentivized to take it slow. As I mentioned at the top of this frame, the sort of evil decision by our production team to choose this table, aware that it was a table of somewhat shallow stacks and maybe would be this sort of painful, anguished, tank to the money, pray that we get there sort of situation. I'm personally delighted with that choice.
Ido Abudi's replacement, Mr. Domin here, with the Jack 4 suited defending. By the way, this is not the sort of behavior we've observed, but granted, it's been behavior attached to far leaner stacks than his, which is 1.5 million strong. And now he has peeled on the 10-5 tray board, David, and hits top pair. Granted, the third spade causes him to slow down. Did have some backdoors. The 4 was working. Clubs were working. Now 2 overcards are lurking. And little does Losov know, but that Jack has hit the opposition as he checks back and then hits a spade, which will be good at showdown. Not sure whether or not he's going to want to seek value with it.
Yeah, and while he makes that decision, reflecting back on the flop decision to peel there, obviously with all those back doors, more standard to find a hand like this in the raising range rather than the calling range. Domin can take a kind of aggressive line here with all the back doors, knowing he has some barreling cards on the turn and some slow down cards too when he makes a jack, as he would have done in this instance. But interesting to see his decision there to just call, be a little bit sticky, perhaps with plans to have bluffed on a number of runouts. On this particular run out, well, it's pretty grotesque for him, actually. Losef can have a lot of spades in hand and has looked to get value with just the 8 of spades. I mean, wondering if he's being scallywagged. Does make the call. Gets shown the winner. Chernikov, Orthodox, who I'm going to step out and see if my memory. Take that, Darrow. If I'm right about this, Darrow Kearney has to stop saying I have long COVID. Hands are tabled. He's got ace king. Looks like he's up against queen jack. That's pesky. Lots of equity for the covering player. Oh, queen in the window.
Oh, and that is a dirty development.
Two pair now, only a 10.
Not there. And Orthodoxu will not be repeating the performance that we saw from him at our prior festival, as the Cyprus Bear has gone into hibernation here on the bubble, busted by Razvan Sabao. We observed.
Oh, and we have another all in.
Yeah, it would appear that way, efforting some intelligence on exactly what is afoot. It is an ace. No, this is queens against queen 8. Queen 8 deuce was the flop.
Yeah, the queen should be safe enough here.
Top set against top 2.
Cold deck for the covering player, but great flop there for the all-in top set.
And the beneficiary in that one, Randy Hoffmanner, who doubles up through Oshri Lamani. So the short stack proving resilient on that occasion as the stone bubble is upon us, courtesy of that elimination of the Cyprus Bear. Hoffmanner chronicling it all.
How happy you
posterity.
are with top set to see the guy have top 2 there, virtually dead. There are hands that could have had finicky amounts of equity.
Boy, look at the cluster of people just watching everything that's going on out here. There's no chance that this one gets counted down wrong. You got about 104 eyeballs. Presumably focused on the pot, but certainly other things available to be focused upon. David? Boy, this is a bit unbearable, isn't it, when you have to sit there and wait, especially as the covered stack. It doesn't appear that there's been an exchange.
Have they had a whisper?
It doesn't look to me like they have.
So, a new record, and we talked about this being a day of records. Producer Milbudas recognizing another record here in this room, which is that we've never had a bubble where there was 17 tables playing at once.
Well, welcome back to continuing coverage of the Merit, I think for a second, Retro Series. There we are, David. I was looking at that calendar. Your microphone button's right there.
There's
pal.
so many of them.
I was looking at that calendar, and that's what I was thinking. I saw the gangster pop up, and I had to think for a second where we were. But it is the Retro Series. It is the main event. It's day 3. And the players, just like the commentators, wolfed down dinner, ready to get back into it.
We certainly have, yeah, and we have got a very, very tasty feature table in store. It features a familiar face, Doroshkov. Now, if you guys can cast your mind back a few days ago to the warm-up, he came 14th in the end, but we tipped him for quite some time to do the business. It looked like he was a bit of a spot taker, bit of an aggro maniacal beast. He picked his spots so well in the run-up, but then I suppose what happens sometimes when you are that kind of player, you fall foul, you fall on your sword, you die by that sword sometimes, and that's what happened to him there. But he's got a stack right now. We saw him on an outer table during the bubble coverage, feasting upon his tables, you know, not to be contested for chips as the bubble loomed, and I reckon he's got some chips now, does he?
I'm not sure if he does, but I'm glad you mentioned chips, because before we went on dinner, I was looking at the updates on Poker News, and Thomas Eichen was the man who was holding the chip league against dinner.
Monster stack, yeah.
And he's at our table now with 5.5 million, I believe, coming in from the dinner
Sorry,
break.
what?
5.5 million.
5.5 million?
And also a very familiar face that I've seen at poker tournaments all around the world on this table as well. One Mr. John Doe. John Doe, that's it. John Doe on the table. One of our merit mystery players is in the mix here. So.
Well, look, mystery players often provide some action, a bit of excitement. We'll have to see what happens there. I do remember John Doe winning a tournament outright here as well down the years. So, yeah, impressive stuff. As we see there, the beautiful sunset.
If we combined all the John Doe payouts, do you think they'd be top of the all-time money list? Or do you think Bryn would still have it covered?
I don't know. Germans don't like being on those all-time money lists anymore, so maybe you'd be combining a lot of German money together.
Yeah, well, here we go. There is John Doe, second in chips on this table with 2.3 million, but it is Thomas with that monstrous 5.5 million, worth 138 big blinds, who's going to be, one assumes, setting the tone on this one. Yeah,
look, there we see that insane stack, frankly, at this stage in the tournament. HN 5.5 million, 138 bigs. Really, we've got a table where you're going to have to play everyone else's stack. So there's a 59 big blind stack there at 38, but everyone else sub 30. So actually, in reality, they're the ranges you should be thinking about when you're opening pots, because that's what you're really playing right now for all of these players.
Right. First hand is going to end up in a walk.
It's a nice hand.
Easy. Yo, you buy it, gain that walk, 10, 9 of hearts. Would have taken a little bit of action. And as is always the case here, we get to these fresh tables, and what we find is a whole bunch of players who tend to bet a lot of time
at the table.
in this very poker room.
Nobody's talking at the table. Yes, glasses. Thank you.
Oh, you could buy it. He gets around. Plenty of cashes all around Europe. Here's John Doe, our mystery man. Making it 2.5 blinds. And the first thing I noticed about Canara is these glasses. That's some striking look.
Yeah, there's been some spectacular spectacles in the room over the last few days.
Are you not worried if you look at your cards with those on that the whole table can see?
It's like that Kim Kardashian meme. Very famous meme where it's like, if you feel like you're dumb ever, don't forget that Kim Kardashian once played poker wearing reflective sunglasses. But then, you know, a little harsh on Kim, I would have thought, but you know, it went viral. More of a mainstream joke that the poker players maybe immediately said, well, actually, the angle is probably not going to be really relevant, not going to actually see your cards.
Wow. John Doe gets peeled by Canard on the button. He flops top pair on this 10-9-3 rainbow, and he just leads it in for all in for, what does he need, 3x pot? David. This is madness.
Wow.
$300K in the middle. He is set Canard in for $855K. Canard with, can he fold with top pair, top kicker? We'll see. These players have had some reps in against each other today. You assume they've been on the same table for at least some time, because we're just picking this table up after dinner. Maybe thinking, best case is a hand like Queen-Jack. King-Queen? I mean, 63% against this hand. Can he be worried this is just kind of like a move of honor? The overpair just rips.
Jack Queen?
Jack Queen is the question.
What are you doing, man?
So many chips.
What are you doing, man? Exactly.
You crazy guy.
Like, unquestionably, it's a game theory call because you just don't have much better.
Right.
Right at the tippy top of your range here, but yes, it's a gross spot.
I don't know why you shove.
Well, it's a range theory call, assuming your opponent has hands that aren't just overpairs, which obviously in this case we see is the case. And it's a monstrous pot, 2 million chips,
I mean,
where Doe needs to find any pain.
Yeah, Canard basically worked it out. He thought his opponent had Jack Queen rather than King Queen. It's much of a muchness. Obviously, Jack Queen would have a little bit more equity. King Queen is in slightly worse shape.
Wow, what a huge first pot we have on this table. Canard just
good call.
the recipient of.
Ace King, Ace Queen. He gets it, right?
Well, there we go. Well, maybe Stripe is surely a slightly over-aggressive misstep.
Good shove. Almost folded.
Good shove, almost folded. Very important word there.
That was a bizarre hand.
T'as mon fait? Ah, il y avait une flash possible.
I wonder what he
Il y avait
does
3
with
piques.
weaker tens. Is there part of him thinking
Yeah,
maybe
river
he's
pique.
up against a dominated 10?
Well, yeah, that I suppose is the dream, but that would be a beyond reckless way to play it. I guess Jack Queen was the hand that made the absolute most sense. That's flipping more or less.
Yeah.
King Queen.
This is your last warning, guys.
Guess he
More French, 2 hand penalty each.
just a little bit
Hard
more.
fold, but
By Colgoot,
yes, these are your chips.
rocking a WSOP hoodie.
Your chips. I accept it. Yes.
Also rocking Jack Deuce off from under the gun. Having witnessed a rather optimistic play. Before.
Raise.
Canard now coming for the raise, and this table seems content to go for the 2.5 X's.
Yep. Hello.
Just another open to 100,000 chips.
Good morning.
A starting stack, no less.
Good afternoon.
You could be coming in with a 3-bet, David. We've got a lot of fruitiness already on this table. Ace 8 offsuit is the hand he's chosen, and
yeah.
Guglielmone, with just 10 blinds behind and ace queen suited, this feels surely like too much hand and too few chips to do anything but get it in with, right?
Yeah, I think this is a great spot where you've got two guys playing a different sort of game against one another, potentially with wide ranges, and there you are in the big blind. This ace queen suited, a bit of a gift from the gods. You could end up in a heads up pot, dominating your opponent more often than not, and there's some dead money as well. Now, while he mulls it over, James, I feel like your language sometimes gives away maybe your recent history, by which I mean this phrase fruitiness. Have you been at the buffet fruit count? Because I think that might be the third time you've used it today.
It might surprise you to know, but I didn't really spend much time looking at the fruit, nor the salad.
Salad and fruit dodger. Dempsey here.
I do love fruit. I do love salad, but when the pastry chef that exists here is knocking out those creations, it's foolish to waste space on such things.
I think one of the great delights for me of my time here at Merit is the abundance of these dainty little fruit platters where you can just have a little bit of pineapple, a little bit of watermelon, some honeydew. Delightful.
Guglielmone.
Come on, Guglielmone, get it in there. You know it's a good spot deep down.
Yeah, it's one of those. Obviously, you're loving life when you see even the open. You've got such a strong hand, but you obviously know that you can be in bad shape against these 3-bets. But exactly as you say, these players are playing a different game here. With 30 bigs, effective, cut off the button. There's going to be some. There's going to be some value raisers here that are behind to ace queen. Someone suggested calling the clock. One of the two players in the pot. It was Kanarin.
Can we call clock or? Yeah, we can. Yeah. If you want, you can.
I love the. Can we call clock? Not. I would like to call clock.
Wow. Gets him to fold.
I don't know why he thought so much. Fight fold. But this is the last time I'm folding. Just to let you know. Habibi. I know you do. You shouldn't light 3-bet, but still, I gave you two times. Half of your stack I gave you back.
I say a lot of history already clearly taking place at this
King is
table.
no good. King Jack is good. No, thank you.
So a polite fold. Maybe a polite raise. Mario Kubi. He is going to go towards the more traditional min. And this is Thomas. Here we go. Our first look at him. Here on the button with King Queen off and the 5.5 million chips. A hand that is going to be a mix. This instance decides to just flat.
Wow. Family pot.
Well, that flat call with King Queen allows Guglielmone in here with a 7 and something else, which is connected with this ace-7-9. Kogu allowed in with ace-jack, and she's just going to rip on this flop. There's all sorts going on in this one.
Yeah, we've really been gifted an amazing table here. An action table with 82 left to, I suppose I would describe it as throwing caution to the wind in an effort to build big stacks.
Everyone's got full bellies.
7,
Is that what happens? Is it a post-dinner
A7,
reaction?
ace jack. It's good.
Where people no longer want to play small pots and just want to play big pots?
Yeah. Put it in your pocket, she says. I don't know why.
I don't from you.
Very honest. Down the table, she had ace-jack. Of course, from a 30-minute delay, they would have found out.
Yeah. You see there, bottom right of the picture, Doroshkov, who I'm a little bit worried about, I'm going to be honest. He was wearing the Merit Blue hair for warm-up event, which of course he finished 14th in. And I don't know, maybe is that a reaction to the sun, the bleach in the sun? He's kind of got a bit of a funny white blonde colour now.
Yeah.
Still looking kind of cool though,
Does look kind
even
of
if a little slim shady.
I was boring Ali with stories of how I was using a hairdryer already today. It's been a while for me.
I'm sorry, James. I didn't even realise I was bringing up a touchy subject there.
Great earbuds disaster of 2023. I don't think I got to tell you the story yesterday of how one of them dropped into the jacuzzi in the spa.
Oh dear. Oh, that's a bad beat.
It's only a 4.5 hour flight home.
I might have a pair of wired earphones if you'd like. You have to plug them in to a. No, it looks like he's showing me his phone here. It would. There's nowhere for it to go. Oh dear. There's a lot of beautiful shops here at Merit. High-end shops mostly,
That's
but
it.
haven't seen a
Where are you from? Istanbul.
electronics store. There might be one though.
Istanbul.
I'll certainly be shopping at the airport, one imagines.
Oh, well, there you go.
Wow. Doe. Pardon me, so of course, Doe falling for the big blind. Faces that bet from Svetsko, who's back at our feature table. And of course, with the double gut shot continuing, ace-high still figures to be best some of the time. And here we go, improving to the straight that also brings a few hearts to the party.
Yeah, the most action-y card we could have asked for.
Yeah.
Svetsko coming again.
Yeah, 175. And although racing no time in coming out with the raise, I thought he may leave Svetsko some rope here, but
It's kind of interesting in the sense that,
well, it's perfect against this hand.
yeah, but from Svetsko's point of view, if he knows 100% he would always get the rest of the chips. Maybe just about the implied odds, but a murky spot, and I guess just got outmaneuvered in that instance. Just want to say shout out to our YouTube audience here. Really appreciate you guys joining us. Please mash that like button and obviously subscribe to the channel for notifications. Also, please tell your friends, just in case anybody hasn't spotted, that we broke our coverage into 2 different YouTube videos. The early part of the day, obviously available now to watch as a video. People can catch up with that stream anytime they want. But we are kind of part 2 of day 3, if you like, now going out as live. And if maybe you have some confused friends out there who haven't noticed that we are back after that dinner break, please let them know. And then tell them to hit the like button and subscribe button.
I was one of those, and I was about to say, I get to like the stream for the 2nd time today. So
Yeah.
I'm going to press it right now. Ready? Oh, someone just got to 8. I'm going to wait till it's at 9. I want to be the 10th, like the new stream.
No.
I'm like a hawk, waiting.
Can two people click it really quickly, one after the other now, to deprive James of this Pyrrhic victory?
Someone out there press like, please, so I can get back to focusing on the action at hand.
I got you, Jay. I'll take one. I'll take one. You've taken most of the first few there. I was tweeting out the stream as well to my followers. We want to hustle and bustle and get people over here to watch what's going to be the denouement here, the beginning of the end.
Oh, that's set. Got it. I'm number 10. Oh. Wait. I was number 10 and then someone's unliked it, just messed with me.
Yeah, that's exactly what they've done. Hajar defends big blind, flops well, but always wary on this Queen Jack 10 texture that your opponent could just have the stone cold ones. In this instance, he has the under pair, but perhaps every reason to go with this as a bluff spot. Always feel like in these spots you want to either fully commit or don't commit.
I think that. Oh, it looks like he's going quite big here. 150, so he's definitely in the full commitment phase. Yeah, pardon me, 110. In the full commitment phase here, going for half pot. So I was about to advocate for the sort of one big blind bet and just make 7-8 fold and the 5-3s of the world fold. Make fours an easier hand to play, but he's going the other way, which is exactly as you say. He's just going to go blasting potentially on this one.
Yeah, sort of like 100, 200, 500.
Yeah.
Have some of that.
Well,
Hajar.
Hajar's going to make it easier for him. Check ripping with open ender and top pair.
Brave. Could have ran into it there. Didn't
Also
on this
very
occasion. And
Yeah.
adds to his tower.
This is high.
Yeah, interesting point there. If you haven't played feature tables before and then you suddenly come over to one, that is one of the things you immediately notice is that you got the high armrest. Can be a little uncomfortable if you've never done it before because you're used to your normal positions. And then getting your cards into the box, all that stuff. And just feeling the pressure of the lights.
I was not feeling too much pressure. He flopped the top pair and got the whole chips.
Right to do that. El Yakubi. Wow, number 1.
That is number 1. Guglielmone now decides to strike, and completely reasonable, of course, as well. But unfortunately, this is just terrible timing. He folded the spot where he was good, and he's ripped it in where he's in very poor shape.
Yeah. Very unlucky here for Guglielmone. He's got 2 live suits.
Jar's taking some interest in this with King 10 suited. Again, against the open jam, you can start to think maybe, but it's a jam over an open from +1. That range is both tighter and you have the original razor to worry about.
Quick fold from Doroshkov. Quick call from Yakubi.
Wow.
Guglielmone gets the bad news so far.
Good luck.
Stand up. It's worth a few percent, but a
Always
few percent on top of 13 doesn't get you too far.
Good luck, Olin.
J'avais le roi disque.
He's way behind, so.
79 players remaining.
Well,
So you're saying there's a chance?
there is a chance. There are 2 spades, of course, as well, though, working against him. Five pure outs. 1 pull.
Close.
Game.
No cigar. Yakubi
Je prends tout.
up to
Je prends tout, hein. Hein, je prends tout.
Tu vois pas ces cartes, tu dis.
2 million plus
T'as
now.
vu, je prends tout. What
Say
is the
goodbye to
card?
Baglioni.
Max.
Only English, guys.
Who?
Only English.
Sorry.
Don't go too far, sir. We need a
This is the last
payout.
warning, sir.
Yeah,
You get
okay.
2-hand penalty, okay?
I tell him I said king 10 heart.
Okay.
Yeah, you finish nuts. Absolute nuts.
Yeah.
Good foul.
I cannot call. You raise under the gun.
It could have been a fun one if the king queen wasn't in the mix. King 10 would have found its way to the nuts. Yeah, Aichen's got his name back on the graphic. That's nice. You know, he's only the chip leader. Or was the chip leader, in fact, actually, I see our man Ruslan Volkov from earlier making that fold with the straight against the 2-8s, the pretty optimistic bluff from earlier. He is actually over 6 million now, just pipping Aichin. Doroshkov completing from the small. Kennard with enough hand to continue to a jam. Decides to raise it up and induce that jam. Doesn't get it.
And just taking a look at the recent bust outs here. Yusel
No, I don't
Eminoglu,
do my big blind.
obviously the Mad Turk,
The Mad Turk.
has bust in 86th.
I know you.
Michael Megalashvili, 87th.
Ooh, former, where did he come? Was it second last time? Second or third in the main event last time out?
That's right.
Let me see.
Nariman Yagme, another familiar face, 89th. All of those guys cashed out for 6,400. More recently, WSOP bracelet winner Ran Koller of Israel. Got the ladder up to 80th, 7,400 for him, Denis Vichenko, Razvan Sabau, and Luka Troisi. Next ladder will be at 71, when the players will be guaranteed 8,700. .5x here from Mr. Doe.
No.
That will elicit a few more folds than would otherwise. Certainly all those suited, low card, sticky ones that do call a min raise will be flushed out here. But a real hand like King 10 off, El Yakubi, every reason to stick around here. These guys playing pretty deep, 40 bigs, effective. And Doe flops best here. Every reason to protect this hand. And Yakubi, I think facing the 2.5x pre will probably range his opponent a little stronger than Jack 7.
Yeah,
I feel like he can't stick around with King 10 to one bet.
It's interesting because that's obviously Doe's sizing. We saw him do it earlier with the King Queen, but his post-flop sizing this time a little different than just the open rip.
Yeah.
We just keep an eye on how he approaches flops with a variety of hands. See if we see any more of those massive overbets from him.
Yeah, and actually just kind of crunching the solver sort of stuff here. The 3 times pot shove, not a thing there, but actually the 2 times pot shove is a thing. So not wildly off a sort of an interesting potential play there.
Yeah.
When you have a hand like the Jack Queen or the King Queen. Obviously we identified that it was quite a lot of chips. But it can put a lot of hands in a tough spot. Hajar. Borderline here, ace-8, very on the cusp.
Okay, now 50 pigs on the button. Going to go for 2.5x as well. Seems to be his sizing.
Merci.
Chen, not going to look him up.
Merci.
7 deuce offsuit.
Only
Didn't matter the sizing.
Merci is English.
Yeah, thank you, or just asking for mercy, I suppose. Got to give it to him there.
Hey Chen, a couple of nice scores. 7th at PSPC this year.
Oh wow, what was that worth?
Lots of
No
money.
problem.
I don't recall. But yeah, that's a deep run in a big one.
Really big one.
Also came second in a 25k ET Monte Carlo. Who's into Orpen heads up. Ironically,
Shukran.
a Turk.
Oh, now.
Right. It's going to be 100k. That's prediction number 1 if we stick with the sizings. Free flop. Oh, no. Okay, so we are going to have real kind of mixed strategy, David. Best way to call it.
Yeah, you thought the 2.5x, you didn't predict the 49x.
It's funny though because he jammed the 10-9 board, and your
My
first thought
favourite
was a
player
hammer
at the
queen jack,
table.
and as was his opponent's, and he was pretty close with king queen. This will scream of exactly this again.
Yeah.
Ace king is kind of not face up, but these overbets so far are the hands there. Kind of looking like hands where he's just happy to take it with a good hand, but doesn't want any action, doesn't want any difficult spots. Still plenty of play left in this one tonight. We have this level plus 4 more. And then the remaining few, we'll throw those chips in a bag, come back tomorrow to play it down to a winner.
Yeah, and we're being treated to a real mix of playing styles here. Some larger bet size on average, and then the occasional very large one. Should
Yes.
mean some big clashes here.
You can see why there's 5 million chips in the stack of Ocean on this table and some other big stacks around here, because they're willing to play big pots over here.
Nice hand for Achar here. Ace Queen, 26 bigs from early position. Not the easiest hand to play. Certainly won't hate the idea of getting this one all the way through. But
Love the idea of being up against a dominated queen, Fulgur's hand.
yeah, this is a nice scenario for Hajar. Thus far.
Even better on the ace-jack 5. As this hand plays out, I'm just looking through the leaderboard and I see Mr. Barakat in the mix. Barakat we saw earlier on this festival. I believe it was in the warm-up.
That's right.
He was one of those forced to fold a lot on the bubble. Was it the warm-up or the high roller? Maybe it was the high roller actually.
It was a high roller against
Chernikov.
Chernikov, who was just dropping the hammer.
That's right. That's when he
Yeah.
was forced to fold. Finiotis still in the mix in this one. 2.2 million impressed yesterday. Fair play.
Italian is okay. Yeah, see. Yeah, see.
Mr. Biz. Roman Kolutiuk also still in this one. Race up Idemir. Also having a stack. Albeit just 20 blinds according to the chip counts. Now Hajar going for back-to-back. He'll take the same flop again, wouldn't he? He's Jack A, couple of diamonds, that'll do.
He sure would.
Was it Ace Jack? Ace Jack something. Maybe not 8. It was Queen 9 with a gut shot.
Yeah, this is a nice hand to sprinkle into your under the gun and in general early position opening ranges.
Let's go with the dominating King Queen. Is going to allow a flop to emerge.
Cappuccino? The milk? Yes, but they have no lactose, the nuts milk.
Dope. I'm going to see the flop at 9-7. There's some connection between these cards.
Check.
Wow.
Yeah, if you're not going to make your hand, then this isn't too bad.
I suggested an Ace Jack flop with 2 diamonds, but Ace King with a couple of diamonds will do just fine.
Yeah, and Svesco obviously very conscious of that ace. Wow, very conscious of that ace.
Yeah.
Absolutely no interest there. And quickly too, he made that decision.
Yeah. Again, maybe he's just seen enough. He's been playing on this table for hours. We've been watching it for a few minutes. There's obviously something going on there that he's respecting this man's opens and therefore his C bets on that board. And from what we've seen so far, he hasn't stepped out of line at all either, so understandable. That King Queen doesn't have much playability down the streets. You're never really going to improve past where you are, and then you're going to be in a lot of tough spots if you do face a second barrel. I am a little surprised like you were. Maybe we just call one and we have to full turn, we have to full turn, but
Doroshkov quiet so far. 3 deuce. Dirty diaper under the gun will keep him quiet. But fearsome operator here. Regular casher, deep runner. Final table earlier this year. Almost a final table in the warm-up event this week. And now HN. Gonna open things up here with pocket 5. Svesco right behind with 20 bigs and ace king.
in you go. There is an argument for going different sizings there, but ace king loves to just jam. That's the size he's gone with. Of course, you can only go another size if you do sprinkle in some 3-bet folds with that stack size in. Most people prefer not to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would certainly take Svesco's line here, but you're right, there are players out there with a daintier sort of game.
Ooh la la. Dominic in the house.
Oh,
Welcome.
and Mr. Panka has arrived.
Another big stack, I believe. Ah, maybe not. 1.5 million. Still reasonable, 40 blinds.
Poland's finest. Well, HN really does mull over these pocket 5s here. Perhaps he's gotten to 5 million by running some boards, winning some flips. Sort of a flip is best case scenario here. Feels like it's too many chips.
I can't imagine him calling.
No, like if this is 14 big blinds reshove, you might be in the territory, but 21 seems like a lot.
Yeah, it's just there's quite a few bigger pairs and these flip cards. All right, there may be the occasional ace-4 suited, but
yeah, versus range, that seems like a very good decision.
If you are just joining / rejoining
No
us on
phone,
our
nothing.
newly started stream, welcome. You are watching the Merit Poker Retro Series main event. I remember that time, David. So you impressed?
Watch me. You're writing me. Watch me.
I've been here more days than you. I've gotten more used to saying those words.
Well, I tend to wait till I can see a dealer so I kind of know what tire we're dealing with. Usually gives it away.
What's your favorite decade? Have you kind of had a retro vibe?
Favorite decade?
Yeah, if you had to sort of, if you felt like you were in a retro kind of mood, what would you hearken for?
2010s, I used to win poker back then.
It's a very good answer.
That retro enough?
Look,
The 60s are cool.
60s are cool.
50s also. The 30s. 30s were cool. Not the 80s. Not there yet. Not there to love the 80s yet.
I think yeah, probably 70s, but I do like 80s. No. I find it hard to believe that the 90s will ever be cool. That's the one I've always struggled with.
Britpop?
That's the very reason for it. Thank you for explaining my feelings. Hajar.
Whoa, here we go. Aichen opening it up. Don't making the liberal call on the button 6-4 suited. Hajar just flattening the small. Opens the door for Durashkov to shove with 2 9s. And this is pretty close, right, for 24 blinds for Hajar.
Yeah, gets to close the action now and doesn't have to fear the other stacks who have more chips and will probably be very keenly aware that, as I said at the top of this frame, Doroshkov, a spot taker.
Yeah, and he's getting a big overlay due to the open and call that have now folded. An extra 4 big blinds kicked into the pot.
Yeah, he needs about 40%. Ace-Jack suited stands to be good against a couple of light ones that Doroshkov would sprinkle in. Obviously in bad shape against the Ace-King, Ace-Queen and big pairs, but also flipping quite a bit with dead money on the side.
Yeah, and I would say more than a few times he's ahead here against some of those squeeze jams. If Doroshkov looked down a Ace-4 of spades, it's a very attractive hand to jam with.
Maybe a King-Jack suited.
Right.
Oh, let's get the physical read now.
Now, taken apart for the fact that we don't really have anything better here to call with, because we really don't. I don't think an Ace-Jack suited. Maybe you could argue some pairs are better, but no, he does fold.
I understand it. It's 25 bigs.
Oh, yeah.
But I know what you're saying, and I think it was a tempter.
Let's cover up. Yes.
It was a siren.
Doroshkov with a big pickup then.
I will see what you have.
Yeah, amazing situation there to add, what, 7, 8 bigs to a stack, risk-free in the end. Goes from 24 bigs up to 31, 32. Great spot.
Yeah, and he's probably the other mindset that, okay, I'm going to fold to a flip some of the times. I'm going to be behind a decent amount. So be it. If the guy's blocked me off a flip, I've got good stack. On a table where, let's be honest, chips are available. You may think, maybe I can just fold this spot and get into a pot with some of these other players who seem willing to overbet.
We see Panka get involved right away. He's just sat down. And am I right in saying, is he a gin and tonic sipper? I think he might be.
Previous hand I folded. Oh, okay, so this is second.
Or maybe I'm thinking of Toby Lewis.
They're checking. I'm saying it's not my first hand. I did fold the last hand. First one I played.
Thank you. I call.
Can they keep this ace queen in the call range against a +3 open? 3 betting can make the hand very difficult.
Second hand, it's okay.
And it's nice to have some high card combos when we do peel from the big blind. You get barreled into a lot on your good flops.
Yeah, and even when you get barreled into on a board like this, which isn't a bad one for your hand either, you can be sticky for 1 or 2 streets because you are very under-repped. Panka. Look at that stare down.
Well. Both now looking for their kick up.
Panka probably bets now just to deprive King Jack and King Queen. No interest in that. No, just the random overcards that might.
Yeah, well, I was going to say even you could bet small and even get looked up by some King High maybe.
Yeah, kind of feel like I like a 1.5x.
But I love that there's clearly a little bit of history here because
Fine there.
Kenal made some comment like, oh, first hand here, Panka was quite friendly with them, so they've obviously got some reps in against each other. The 10's actually quite an interesting card for Kenal to bet. I like this lead with ace high on like a deuce 3-4, a complete napkin. Look at this. I like it because you can get some king highs to call, but in this instance, it's actually managed to make an ace high fold by betting that 10.
We meet again, eh?
First hand you should show, at least.
I should call?
Show what you had.
You will see after. We'll see after.
I won now. Or just the chips, like I would.
I thought we were chopping, to be honest.
Yeah, that's why you bet. Exactly.
Yes.
I know.
You
it.
call for chopping, you call, I mean.
Exactly.
But professional like you should fold.
Yes.
I mean, you got it right. You got everything figured out.
Good banter.
I was chopping. You say if you want to call for a chop, you call for a chop. Confident.
I will opportunity here, eh?
You can make him fold the same hand. Decent percentage. I'm all for it. I like it.
Yeah.
Roshkov 10-9 suited.
Hard to see for me, sorry.
And 3-bet fold candidate here, I would suggest for Kenar, but he's gonna just peel out of the small. Oh, well, hello, ladies.
Lovely timing in a squeeze spot. Unfortunately for him, the other two don't really have hands that can fight back. Or at least not in theory.
No, Doroshkov has a callable one at a deeper stack depth.
Right, it's gone over 4x. This looks pretty bluffy. Stops really yourself getting peeled, encourages those hands to jam if they want to carry on, which is what you want when you've got 2 queens.
Can I see a stack, please?
Well, Yakubi and Kenar are playing a deeper breed of poker here, 45 deep, so slightly different spot, but really Kenar has no options available. It would be a nasty misstep should he pull the trigger here. Tempting to soul read his opponent.
Good squeeze. I should. You're better.
To look my card?
You're better.
You want to look?
Yes.
I have better.
Show.
Okay, I show. I win?
I mean, it depends, huh? I show, you call, maybe ace.
Maybe. Probably not though. Most boards do not contain an ace. Unless, of course, I'm playing perfect kings. In which case, they always do.
A reminder of what is up top and at stake in this tournament. A record-breaking tournament. 56k for any player who makes the final table, and 560. Can you believe that number, James? $560,000 for the winner.
Yeah, pretty insane in 3K.
No.
Got me itching to play again.
Just 2040, yeah? Now this one.
Give myself an EPT package, perhaps.
Opportunity.
You firing up a satellite tonight?
2040, yeah.
Just on the side.
I'd like to get back to my grind station, otherwise known as my sofa with my phone.
Were you much of a multi-tabler back in the day?
Yeah, back in the day for sure. Yeah.
What was
Not-
what was peak? What was peak number?
If I forced it on Sundays, it would be up to like 16.
Very
But
good.
that was not. I don't think I was winning at 16. I think I was playing too many. 16 would be like early stages on a Sunday where you could kind of autopilot, and there'd be many.
And VPIP like 9%.
Yeah, and there'd be many times I'm sitting there in a pot going, I don't know how I've got here, but it thankfully it didn't matter too much early on. But yeah, I was always much more comfortable. Once I got down to like 9. Nowadays I find one hole. Chin, slipping in a raise. Nice, 4x. Leverage the position of the big blind having 25 bigs. Make it less exciting for them to call. Well, a wild start to this frame. Things settling down, the table's settling down, maybe getting used to the bright lights.
Do you think that's it? Do you think that's what can kind of happen sometimes, is that you're on camera now for the first time since you arrived here, and maybe, just maybe, you feel like you have to do something flamboyant for the audience?
Perhaps.
Just looking through Dominic Panka's illustrious career here. And, you know, he's a guy who can, you know, beast it up online as well. Most famously, the PCA back in 2014, where he won it for 1.4 million.
Nice. That'll do. 1.4.
Yeah.
It's okay to me.
He also won a EPT high roller in Deauville in 2014. 2014 was something of a purple patch.
No. It's going to need that kind of fortune to get out of this spot without losing chips.
Just take it. It's okay. Take it.
Facing a over 3x this time from the ace queen. So we've seen some 2.5x. We've seen the open jam with ace king, and now we go for a 3x with ace queen and finds an ace deuce trade board whilst holding the ace of hearts as well. Finds in a better round half pot.
Here's a result that flew under my radar. Dominic won the WSOP online event in 2021 for a bracelet. 185k in the 2k Bounty Championship online event. And then, of course, and I knew this was coming as I scrolled down, he's actually one of the OGs here at Merit.
Oh.
Yeah, came in 2017, 2018, posted a win 2017 in the Western Series. Interesting though, 5k high roller event at the Western Series, 115k up top. That just shows how it's grown as well.
Who did you battle in that one?
I'll pull it up for you now.
I reckon there's some familiar names in the midst.
Oh yeah, Joseph Muad came second for Lebanon. Another Lebanese player, Joseph Khoury, came 7th.
Those guys just been playing here for a long time.
Alex Papazian, 10th.
No? Yakubi popping up ace 7 offsuit. I'm going to walk straight into Svesco's ace queen, who holds 25 bigs on the button. Saw him in a in a similar spot an orbit ago with ace king. In that hand, he was the cutoff against the hijack. Now the button beat the hijack. 1 pip weaker. Feel like we're probably heading the same way though. The merit blanket making an appearance as we head into the evening portion of the stream. Post-snack cuddle up, post-dinner.
Yeah, I love that this is available to people who do feel a chill. Hard to believe in this weather.
Yeah. Yet another beautiful day out there.
Oh, heavenly.
So have you been enjoying your break?
I did enjoy my break. I went to the spa briefly on the break over at the Diamond.
Oh, nice.
Had a dip in the jacuzzi and in the pool with my
Did you take your earbuds out
partner.
before going in the jacuzzi?
I did. Yeah, I didn't bring them with me, to be honest.
Okay. Smart.
I thought my better half would be upset if I was...
Sat there with your earphones in.
Always ready.
Get to spend a couple hours together.
Yeah. And then
You
had a bit
blind
of
check?
dinner with the family. Always lovely. Very family friendly here. Crystal Cove, the family friendliest of the hotels. Cater to the kids, all the high chairs there available. Lovely food options. I think my son's going to be very depressed next week when he has to go back to just being fed the plate of dinner I give him. I think he thinks we live here now.
I take it, living here.
Yeah. I think the breakfasts are maybe the meal of the day he loves the most. Just being able to
Check. 5 high.
have all the different
5
things.
high.
I've been skipping breakfast.
4 high. 4 4.
I'm sort of getting myself through to lunch, but you just reminded me, of course. the
Oh,
breakfast
thank
here
God.
thing, just
4 didn't come, huh?
that infinite pile of halloumi.
Oh, well, the halloumi is incredible here as
But-
well.
Makes me feel like I should maybe venture down there tomorrow.
Yeah, the halloumi a real highlight of the breakfast buffet, but not so for my son. My son has created his own concoction, which is a little worrisome, actually. He arrived at, okay, we don't let him have chocolate cereals at home. He has his porridge in the morning, and he loves his porridge, and that's good. But we're here, and we're on holiday, and there's chocolate Rice Krispies and chocolate puffs and things of that nature, and he's been tempted by it, so he brought it over. About 4 mornings ago, he came over with his chocolate Rice Krispies, but he'd also added the chocolate sauce to the milk that you put on the pancakes. So it would be even more chocolatey, in his words. And he wasn't wrong. But I did think, is this good parenting?
I mean, who are you to stifle creativity?
Well, that's it too, you know. No, one of the wonderful things about trips here is the family-friendly aspect, and something I really emphasize when I both brag about the fact that I was just here and encourage other people to come is that, you know, maybe once or twice a year there's an opportunity to do a poker trip with your family where there's plenty for them to do. So it's not like you've gone somewhere where, you know, there are no real options for better halves and kids. They're having the best holiday ever. And, your family can too.
Huge flop for Doe. Leading against that ace queen. He's become king, king, four. Now he's played the hands very honestly so far. Some of the non-hands, honestly. Let's see if he can.
You think there's about to be a lamp here?
No, I think maybe we see a deviation here. Perhaps a slow play.
Yeah, just a bit of trappy now is the order of the day.
Check.
He's either miles ahead or miles behind. No reason not to throw your opponent some rope. Zvesko could well be checking here on the turn to call a bet on the river. Quick bet from Doe. And it's not a big bet. 125 into 360 will be somewhat tempting for Zvesko to hero here. Could be up against an inferior ace high. Could be up against a funky out of position float on flop. Does make a great fold though, in fairness.
Nice fold. Very nice.
That's not an easy spot right there.
No, it certainly isn't, but well figured out.
So HN at the top of the charts right now, going backwards, but not in a free fall sense, just had a few pots taken off him.
Blind's going up. Gonna bring him below the 100 big blind mark and take Cove below 20, but still plenty of chips here, but reasonably bunched really when you look at it from Canaran second all the way down to Cove at the bottom. Not much separates them, considering that is the whole full spread, and then HN just way out in front. It says 20k, 40k. I wonder. 20k, 50k. I wonder if it's 25.50. Who knows? Maybe there's a 20.50 and then a 25.50. Such is the generosity of the structure here at Merit.
Often is the case, or just... No, I'd say we will go to 30-60 next. But yeah, interesting little discount added in there. Average stack right now hovering around the 2 million mark. So as you see there, you know, while it might feel like we're playing a shallower stack game on this table with only the top three having over 2 million and quite a few having quite a bit less. This is an awesome structure, and we are now, only now at this point, going beneath the 50 big blind average.
Yeah. Wild.
$125.
Toe coming in with 2.5x, this time with 3 deuce.
On the English, please. Thank you.
And a clean 20 bigs now for Doroshkov, and an obvious spot here to just pile in.
From Istanbul?
Good timing in this instance. 3 deuce. Quickly hits the muck. Doroshkov. I do like this kid. I think he's very, very good. Getting with the retro feel there, the Air Jordan for El Yacoubi. Just spotted that now.
Ace king good for a mint. Svesco. And 20 bigs again with one of these hands. But this, a little different. He had ace king against late. He had ace queen against late. He's now got ace jack against under the gun. Under the gun with the Thomas Eichen set out as well.
Yeah, this is a different kind of spot. A passable one.
Yeah, nice fold. Good understanding that.
Colgu's been a bit card dead of late. Slipping back towards the 15 big blind zone herself now. Hoping for kinder distribution going forward. Roshkov has acted, so we're over to Kinar here in the big blind, who's playing 36 bigs effective against El Yacoubi.
Big blind
Not
special.
much less than he has. Enhancing big blind special as the flop falls. I wonder if El Yacoubi will react to that. It just continues on here with the 1/3, even less than a third.
Deuce is good.
Acknowledging that a deuce would be good.
3-3. Maybe. Good? Maybe. Okay, I win. Sure. Give me. I say you give me.
A lot of play acting here.
Penalty, please. Not yet. Yeah, okay. 3-3. King, huh?
They're having some fun.
Yeah, two players who are, I think, enjoying the same wavelength there.
Don't make her
Comedic
angry. She's
wavelength.
serious. Look at her. She's very serious. And she will tell you will get 2 more hands if you make a joke like that. French, no.
66.
Today she doesn't. Tomorrow she speaks French. It's only the Fridays.
We begin at 83.
Here we go now, Panka back into the fray. Pocket pair. And I think he has the sort of reputation that precedes him to most people. Still very fresh face, young looking man, but he's been around for a long, long time now. Call. Doroshkov. The smaller pocket pair gonna call on the button here. May induce something here from Kinar.
Yeah.
Squeezy, squeezy.
Possible.
I'd fold.
It was unlikely with the offsuit combo against the +2 open. Yacoubi, king 9 off on the big blind. Get the fraction loose given the peel on the button. Nitpicking as
Look
Doroshkov
at that.
finds that 6
He wanted to
in the
calculate, no
window
free
and it runs out
information, doesn't
7-3 behind. Terrible news for Panka's 8s.
Yeah, Panka's likely to bet and actually bet a large sizing here. I know it's 3 ways, you don't have to go too big, but probably going to bet something around the 30 to 40% mark. And, well, he's got the gutter as well. It's going to be just a rotten old spot here. Let's see how this one develops. Doroshkov could go a couple of different ways. There it is. Exactly the bet predicted, and Doroshkov wondering if, is this the best time to bloat this pot? Is it very likely that the texture changes and I either don't get paid?
Flanked, you still invite El Yakubi in as well from the big blind. Now, if you were very deep, you might want to raise here to both protect and also to induce being able to get it in. But when you are shallow, you can take a bit more of a risk being outdrawn. It's not, obviously you bust out the taunt, but the theoretical downside is less because, hey, you've only got 1 million back, and if you now allow someone to outdraw you, you only lose 1 million, albeit it's a tournament life.
Well, from your mouth to his ears, James, Dominic Panka going to find it hard not to lose at least one more street, one would assume here. Most likely all the bigger pairs, 3-bet and pre.
Yeah, there's maybe 9s, but I'm with you, yep. Maybe 10s. But certainly jacks +2 and 9s and 10s with reasonable frequency. The king is a little concerning because the Doroshkov can of course have hands like king 10, king jack, king queen all in hearts.
Yep.
They're going to call the flop. Of course he also has all the non-paired up heart combos that now may elect to bluff.
Yeah, and maybe has, in Panka's eyes, some floats here on the flop, which will pounce upon this opportunity. So Panka,
Queen Jack of clubs kind of hand.
very difficult to fold, nigh impossible to fold at this point. He still has that overpaired to the flop cards. No longer has the back drawer straight possibilities. Yeah, I don't see any world where he gets away here, but he is Dominic Panka, and if anyone can.
If anyone can, Panka can.
Thank you.
He does. Wow. He was staring his man down the whole time.
You say bet ace queen, my friend? You say bet ace queen?
Ace queen on the flop. Yes.
That's a fabulous laydown from Panka.
And then I think about calling on the turn. You know.
Good card for you, king. No?
What about him?
Did you have ace queen? No. Okay. So why ace queen?
I have a king. I have a king.
Yeah.
I think that
Oh!
6 or
Oh!
Dominic knows.
7.
He knows exact cards he had.
For me, I have pocket 6, pocket 7.
There we go. .66 players left. That ticker in the right-hand corner going to tick down probably to around about the 25 player mark by the end of day. Got 3 more levels.
Doroshkov now open from the cutoff, having not got matched with his set. Finds swift 3-bet behind from Kennard. And certainly in a 3-bet decide spot, that one. But I like it. Just you don't have to always know what the plan is. You can 3-bet and try and get a read later on.
Just noticed something, James.
Oh.
They've added that 5k on that was bothering you.
I thought it might have been a misclick. Someone behind the scenes. Or have them removed.
These are your long-term colleagues across many brands. Ruthless though, James.
They thought it was over.
Noticed this actually.
We have the finest crew in the world when it comes to poker production. Of that, I can guarantee you. The reason is these guys get the best gigs in the world. Everyone wants a piece of share hand. They know what they're doing. They're the most in-demand group. But every once and again, every once in a while even. There's a little mistake, and we like to,
Yeah.
we like to dig the knife in there.
Yeah, give it a little twist. Ooh. I've seen this firsthand now. I once, at
Good
the last stop, trod on Mr. Dempsey when he was making a point. I talked over him briefly for a couple of seconds, and, well, I don't want to explain what had to be done to me afterwards, but I was just surprised he did it himself.
Merci.
I thought he would have people administer punishment.
Doroshkov. Jack 10 suited. This one a bit more reasonable on open. But it feels like this is the sort of system's been laid out. This is the blueprint, right? So when this guy opens, you just get to 3-bet him. Now Yakubi taking that up with the 2 4s. Doroshkov this time, although facing a larger sizing, has a far more peelable hand, doesn't he?
Yeah, and we actually did see in the warm-up him peel in spots like this. I think there was a Queen-Jack spot that got him in a bit of trouble, if I'm not wrong, very similar to this one. So I do think he likes to get sticky here. He doesn't want to be pushed about, doesn't want to be 3-bet.
Yeah.
We see 3-bet light in this instance.
It is difficult though, because he's only got 1.5 million, and obviously a lot of times you flop a jack or a 10 here, you can be a bad shape even against the light 3-bets, the Queen-Jack offs, the King-Jack offs.
Yakubi won't be loving being flatted in this spot.
Right, but he'll like the 8-3 deuce board.
That's as good as it gets, really. You can never see 3 undercards to your 4s,
No.
unless it's a paired board.
Does check.
Yeah, and good follow through here by El Yakubi. Doroshkov has to find quite a few calls here from a minimum defense frequency point of view. Obviously has backdoors with that Jack 10-8 working together, but that seems far too little. And he has so many better ones. Maybe 2 club hands, maybe 1 big spade and another card hands. Yeah.
Nicely done by Yakubi.
Wouldn't normally choose a hand in that category, to be honest, there, but he made it work.
Ogu. Sneaking in a nap between hands, it looks like. Games get a long day for these. She wakes up to find ace-8 offsuit under the gun. I'll just slide that one back to the dealer. Had Jack and Queen offsuit. Gonna raise that one up off 22 blinds. HN on the button, Jack 10 suited, says, I want to see 3. Allows Panker to come in from the big blind holding pocket 3. It's a delightful development for him. Jack 6-5, HN on the button. Does take the lead. It's Hajar with the betting lead. Is he going to try and force the issue? No. He slows down in the 3-way pop.
Give me a sizing here, James. Sort of interesting one 3 ways here. You've obviously got a nice piece.
You have a nice piece and the backdoor club, so there are quite a lot of good turn cards. Look for a size here that allows some worse to call. Naturally, that's what you're going to try and do. Guess it's not too committal if you walk into a bigger jack. I like it. Jack with an under is just a little bit too weak to be checking back. There aren't many great cards for you.
No. No, and that's why I wondered if he'd go a little bigger than that sizing, but I get you. Not much bigger, mind you. I do like the general approach. And Doe now. Sort of settled in a bit now after those couple of very big bet plays. Do you think the losing the King-Queen to Ace-10 tamed him a little? Obviously he shoved the Ace-King afterwards, but... Oh, and look at this. Genuine
Hajar.
clash, perhaps.
Yeah, quite an easy one for Hajar as well. There's 20 blinds. I don't think you get much decision other than to go for all of it. That's what he does.
Now, presuming no hands wake up all the way around, Doe actually has an interesting spot here because how much lighter than 10s would Hajar go?
Right. Are you expecting to see 7s and 8s? Probably not. 9s? Maybe.
Yeah. That feels like the bottom all right. Quick
Snaps.
ball, though.
Knows he's going to be up against that quite a lot and is happy to run it. I think that's fair. I think just about cool. Doe's showing a willingness to gamble as well, of course. He's not afraid of the big pots. I'm not surprised to see that. And he gets a very nice looking 4, 5, 6 flop.
Up he stands.
Yeah, gets him to his feet. One card to fade. David also rises to his feet in preparation for this river.
Oh! Did I counter his standing up by standing up myself? Is that what happened there? That's a nasty one for Doe there. Barry Greenstein.
If it wasn't for the 30-minute delay, I'd say you're to blame for that. But
well, isn't it just a perception that we have that time moves in this direction? Couldn't it be going in the other one?
could be. I don't think it is, but it could be. Can I have that £1,000 I lent you in the future? Does that work? No? Didn't think so. Big double up. Hajar up to 2 million. Doe down to about 24, 25 blinds himself. Maybe a little less. Good. Sorry, down below 20 blinds. I mean, he had 880 left.
Yes.
Now in a little bit of the danger zone.
10
But
seconds,
that's still
ace
plenty.
king.
It's amazing how often the short stacks in this tournament have still had plenty.
Yeah.
Ace on the river, basically.
Ace on the river. The Barry, as you refer to it.
Yeah. Doe furiously texting somebody, one presumes, hearing the news of, I don't believe what just happened. Ugh.
Let them watch the stream, though. You know, don't spoil it. send them our way. Work after them in half an hour. They get the full lot. And then they'll need to blame you for standing up.
I do apologise if I had anything to do with that. We try to remain both impartial and external here in the booth.
It wasn't anything, it was everything to do with it. Oh, Yakubi. Queen.
Thank you.
For any latecomers, my name is David Lapp and I'm alongside James Dempsey. We will be joined a little later on by Ali Najad as we take you through the second half of day 3 coverage of this Merit Poker Retro Series $3,300 main event. A $3 million guaranteed prize pool, but oh my goodness me, 1,223 entrants decided that that wasn't enough. A record breaker here in North Cyprus, a marker of sorts put down ahead of the upcoming EPT in October. And Doe, well, he is in the mood to gamble here. Wants to get back all those lost chips.
You might get this. You might get this through now. Obviously, Hajar has to worry about the opener, not just the jam. Heads up, I'm sure he would have been keen to give a spin, but this is difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if you went either way with this one, David.
Yeah, I think this is super tricky with 40 bigs and maybe the only person who covers you behind you having opened in reasonably early position.
Especially when you just got those chips.
Sure. That's it too. I think anything around 30 big blinds you would maybe isolate here. Especially when you might get this nagging feeling that Doe is being impatient. He's sort of telegraphing that, although that could be balanced. You know, he might do something similar with a pocket queens or pocket kings in this spot.
Yeah. I think I might lean towards just going with it against Doe specifically after the hand he just lost. But I think he does nice. Yeah,
and we're going to have another flip.
Yeah, but
a very fair contest, this one.
Oh, he doesn't realise that I Chen folded Queen Jack as well.
Oh,
the mic off. This is the full.
This worked earlier.
That's always that's the best move you can do on a TV table. It's not the stand up. It's not the backpack on. It's the mic off. That is the strongest move you can do to add percentage to your all-ins. Let me tell you, I've seen it enough times in the past.
Still a somewhat fair fight.
Oh, the walk away.
Now he's leaving. Gosh, he's trying everything. There is the jack.
Easy. No, don't look too interested. Pretend like you still think the nine's coming. All right. That seems fair. Flip back and forward.
Looking to make a quick exit there, had it not run out favourably.
All of them.
And
$7.85.
it's the second time today we've seen a demiked player get there.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, in the last,
two players.
well, the last frame I was involved in, the one before last, player was down to just 2 outs. He had 2 4s in the deck he could hit. Off came the microphone, out came the 4. Beautifully
Getting
done.
up and leaving worked, huh?
It's okay production. For,
It's the right play.
If that's what he does when he's flipping, if he gets it in bad, you have to take it on a notch. What do you even do then? Start the car?
No, that's as good as it gets, I'm afraid.
Buy into the next event?
Some of the course players bust so fast, they haven't taken the mic off, and it's how far the mic gets. It's always the good one.
Yeah. Any good mic stories? People who were picked up in bathrooms, I assume being maybe one of the more problematic.
In Triton, Madrid, we had to send someone to Phil Ivy's hotel to recover the mic pack. It was still just about communicating from the taxi. The room was that close to the street that
That's great.
we could hear him in his taxi. Phil Ivy moves fast.
Look at this. El Yakubi turns trapper. Panka, a potential victim here. El Yakubi.
Although against under the gun and +1, yeah, I think recognizing that there'll be some 9s and 10s. I was going to say, are they trapping for this man? And it's worked because he just put a whole host of chips in. But I'm really surprised Panka didn't look to call there.
Oh, this is disgusting.
He thinks I played this so smart. I've tricked.
I've tricked them
He
all.
thinks I've tricked Doe into going for it. As it happens, it's just the coldest of decks.
And we see the King Jack of Canar means he's only got 1 king to hit.
This is cruel.
No.
You might be able to take the mic pack off now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a very disgusting moment for Doe, who has ran poorly, it must be said. Obviously did win that flip a moment ago. Oh. Yakubi very happy with his aces.
Oh, he
slams
went
him
to,
down.
He just went to take the mic off, but it's still off.
I also had a king.
He's already used that trick.
I think all is possible, my friend.
Yes, but
He went to take the mic off, but
It's not there.
it's already gone.
He's already on the phone to somebody saying, you won't
Yeah.
believe what's happened to me. So I guess that is the next level. When you're,
Well, he's already gone.
yeah, when you've got 1 out, you need to.
Can we get a camera on him? He's just in the room.
What was that?
King of Spades.
That will provide some hope.
Oh, Christian's like, not yet. I don't know you're out.
Never easy.
That's
This
brilliant.
is
He's trying to
incredible.
get paid.
If he gets there. Oh, it's black as well. Okay, now pay me.
I'm happy you win it.
He was trying to get paid.
Bad behavior, I
He's
don't like
get-
it.
He is getting paid 10k for that finish. 69th place.
I've never seen somebody pester the floor staff for their payout card before they were eliminated.
I mean, I've heard stories of people midway through.
What a nice-
As the pay jumps come up, they try and
Never is it.
maybe ladder up by.
But I think if you
Turn
raise
them
me,
out,
he
yeah.
shoves
Walk it around to them slowly. I've heard of all sorts of tricks out there. People hiding behind pillars and all sorts. But this one is
Surely not.
reporting yourself to the tournament director before you even knocked out. Could have cost him a pay jump.
I know.
It's true too.
Could have been a $2,000 difference.
You have 2 kings, okay. Can you have a pocket 7?
Well, look, obviously,
Thank you. Dodging, dodging, dodging.
a cold deck moment there for John Doe, who, it must be said, you know, he played some big ball poker, played a different breed of poker, but did get incredibly unlucky at showdown
He did.
Very small blind.
to lose
No.
a couple of flips and then win a flip when he was at his shortest,
Yes, that's what
only
I'm saying.
to
I
right
said very
away
big blind.
run kings into aces. Pretty disgusting end
I
for
think
him.
somebody moved.
Yeah.
He
Because
can
I was
feel hard
surprised
done
but
by,
Tom is here.
I do feel.
Yeah, it's correct, yes.
Yeah, that was a big
I
pot
raised,
then.
and he called.
I just can.
No, I said, I raised, he called. That's what I said.
Very
Well, it was a cute bit of poker there, the flat with the aces. Very good understanding of the dynamics at play. Yakubi now, 80 big blinds, 60 players left, 59. I apologize. Just 20%, I'm sorry, again, 5% of the field remaining. We are very much in the end game now.
A shot. So he's gonna flick in the call from the button, try and spike a set.
Of course.
I like hitting sets. Do you like hitting sets?
It's a good feeling. But I do feel like it's such a good feeling. It's one of the hidden dangers in poker. Set mining too shallow. Maybe one of the most common leaks in poker.
Yeah, I think you could argue that's what's happening here. Sub 30.
And
You have to hit and get paid and win. Quite difficult. The problem is, well, I say the problem. It's not a problem right now if he navigates correctly, but the problem is you get in these really tricky spots like this and you see end up folding the best hand.
yeah,
No.
and Yakubi with the win very much at his back right now. While also looking like a man who maybe has the wind in his face too, that kind of cool summer breeze. I'm mixing my wind metaphors.
I mean, you just gone off the deep end at this point, haven't you? Penultimate day of the Retro Series main event. Probably for the best for David. He's starting to go a little crazy.
I'm starting to feel sad that I'm leaving in a couple of days, to be honest.
More so than Hunter. You're going to have to go home and prepare your own food.
My son is going to be devastated leaving.
I gather you pushed him all the way to the end in a tight-fought mini-golf battle earlier this morning.
You might bring that up, yeah. My 6-year-old managed to eke out a draw over 12 holes of mini golf.
No playoff?
I was happy with the draw. I'll be honest with you, it was so hot. Like we went out to play at about 11 and it must have been 500 degrees out there.
Yeah, that's quite a big number.
Yeah. El Yakubi, well, he just can't put a foot wrong right now.
Yeah, and cannot check calling with the king high and that 9 of diamonds working a little bit.
Yeah, not quite sure how much I like this line from
Right.
Kenar.
It's not that you can't be ahead, it's just the fact that it's going to be really hard because there aren't really many bricks. The 5, 6, 7, 10, jack, they're all kind of scary cards.
Now Yakubi picking up a gutter to go with.
Further taxing. I guess Kenar maybe was going to go really outlandish on diamond. And make some argument for this call, but I think we have better candidates.
I agree.
Now, it's not very good off the bat. That's what my backers used to tell me. We're not throwing good money off the bad money anymore. Tell you what though, he's thinking about it.
I feel once he makes that
Yeah.
big gesture, it's
There's-
unlikely.
Those two have had a good rapport at the table as well. And he's played pretty honest, so if he's going to show him the queen. Well, he didn't further the mistake. That's key. And it's easy to say mistake. Well, sometimes that would have worked. Pull the flop, you're ahead, your opponent shuts down, or you pick up a good bluff
I
card.
should have shoved pre-flop.
Sure. Olgu, she hasn't, I don't think, played a hand since that ace-jack where she
Yes, I have.
defended multi-way, flop top pair, and she took the flop down.
No, nor has she had a playable hand.
That's
It's
what I
been
mean. She's just
a
been
pretty grim period.
completely card dead. Card dead, there we go. I was trying to say cold decked and card decked and
No ace.
Okay.
cold and card and...
Better than queen.
Medic to the commentary box.
Yeah, what can you do?
Well, the players and myself,
You're running hot.
both racing towards another break. We still have 3 hours left to play tonight though. It's tough going out here, and here we go. We talked it into existence. She finds 2 8s, decides to rip it in for 15 and a half.
Yeah, great spot.
70.
775.
Canard does eventually give it up. I don't think he could really play that one for 15 blinds. Kovu, like we said, we talked it into
King, queen.
her winning a pot.
Un roi.
I have pair.
Flip.
8.
Flip. Yes.
One ace.
Shadow what? Ah, ace.
He said one ace, I don't know. Ace deuce.
No, she said 8-8. 8-8.
Ah, okay.
I have king, queen. I
Okay.
think I should call. Right? No? It's a flip.
Yeah.
I shouldn't call? Yeah, I was scared of her range. But when she said 8-8, something, you see something, my friend?
Something
No, it's the lights that are tricking me.
No.
Can you put it in front, please? Thank you.
Hey, Chen. Checking the inventory. The man behind him. He's blind on blind encounter. Looks to be around 15 blinds. 6-2 suited will be played, one imagines, and I like it. Just keeps up with some aggression. Finding a 3x.
HN back over the 5 million mark. He came into this frame with 5.5 million. Extraordinarily large stack when you consider the average was probably hovering around the 1.7 million at that point. Maybe a touch of the post-dinner break. Low energy fields
20
from
how many
Panka there.
levels? 29, right?
I think we played 29. Yeah. About 3 hours.
Very fresh-faced still, Panka, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
Fast
got
for
good
a-
posture at the table, isn't he?
I
Omaha.
think this one, but I cannot be sure.
Okay, Miss Jill.
We go again.
Oh,
I had ace queen, you had ace king.
for sure, for sure.
Good miss deal. Great miss deal.
For sure, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you, dealer. I have a feeling I would have a bad bit.
Pod open.
Open, you always 3-bet me, which is strange, I don't know. Every time. The only time you didn't 3-bet and call, you had aces. Something is fishy, huh? But you showed most of it. You were better than me in most of them.
Mr. Sayer, sit over for Mr. Sayer, you can see.
Wow.
Doroshkov. Going to raise it up to 100k with Jack 9 of hearts. Been quite an active player at this table, despite the stack he's been wielding most of the time, and
Not good, huh?
he's had mixed fortunes.
yeah,
And
no,
I'm about to say he
there
did
is
win
no
that
luck
pot
of
against
it.
Panka, but this one's going to be harder to
feels
win.
weird.
Now,
Huh?
in before Panka flats.
I was about to say the same thing. I think
the
against a
flavor is
player
good.
like Doroshkov, you would perceive
What?
a wider opening range than most would have in this spot and think, oh, my 3-bet, which has to be an all-in, will just get far too many folds. Really what I need to do here is lay the trap. And wow. Wow. Doroshkov, little does he know how bad that news is that he's made top pair. Panka in prime position now. Ace of spades in the hand of Panka as well, probably making this board feel drier again. Does he come with a click to confuse Doroshkov and make him wonder what could possibly be under there on a Jack 7 deuce? 7 deuce surely folds pre. Jack deuce maybe doesn't even hang on. Or does he just flat and let Doroshkov do his own dirty work on the next street? Looks like he is going to click it.
This is just perfect against the hand he's up against, isn't it?
Yeah. Panka will be inducing some Jack X here. And I imagine a King Jack being a very likely holding that he would take this line with 2. Obviously, Doroshkov wouldn't love that. Is giving this some thought.
Yeah, but problem is the small bet on the flop. It just invites this kind of action, doesn't it? But now the thing's working against Doroshkov is he has a 9 in his hand. You'd want Panka to have like an 8-9 or 9-10 kind of hand sometimes, but most of the times he does that. It would probably be with the diamond varieties. So the 9 of hearts, maybe not as much of an issue.
True.
Of course, spades, always an option. He's going to stick around, looks like. I like this. I think we've got to have a look at the turn and get it in on the good ones. Decide on the bad ones. Well, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's very, very tough now for Doroshkov. Panka, I guess.
I assume there's only one size here.
Looks incredibly strong to go 200k here,
Yeah,
so he is just going to stick it in
It's also there's
and
just
put Doroshkov in a hell of a spot. Now, analysing those sort of double backdoor hands that may have taken this aggressive line, normally they have to improve to something to go with it. on turn. What are those hands, James?
Sorry, the hands that the Pankas obviously improved where they're going to be the sort of the 4-5, 5-3 of the diamond kind of combos, the 8-9, 8-10.
Yeah.
Well, the 8-10 is all the same, but there are some hands that would have been bluffing, flop are still bluffing. And of course, just the natural ones, the spades.
Maybe an ace-6, well, no. Ace-6 of spades.
I mean, any spade draw that chose to check raise the flop probably just does just fire in on the turn.
Ace-7 of spades? That's kind of a thing, isn't it? Maybe.
Well, this is just, you know, queen 10 of spades.
Yeah. Yeah.
Queen 4 of spades. I mean, these are all hands that could have check raised flop. And over in a spade just seems, an over with spades seems like a prime candidate to be check raising flop with.
Yeah. Yeah, there are so many kinds of players where you could think about a hero fold in this spot. I don't think Panka is one of them. And he sees that he has been wamboozled.
You've been trapped. But it's not over till it's over. All right, now it's over.
Yeah, Doroshkov now on fumes.
Yeah, unlucky that, but he happened to catch a piece of it. Well played though from Panka.
Yeah, really, really good. Recognizing those aces as a gift from the poker gods and playing them for maximum value there, as we see. Thomas HN sort of in a holding pattern, I suppose, at the top of our chip counts.
I mean, it's a nice pattern to be in.
It is a nice pattern. Yakubi has joined him in or around the 100 big blind mark now, after some fortuitous events in the past hour or so. Dominic Panka now moves into third place with that double up. And yeah, we see there at the bottom, Doroshkov, poor old Doroshkov, 5 big blinds now. Not out of it, but really does need some help.
He's going to feel sick because not only is he run into the trappy aces, but he also managed to get Panka to fold 8s when he had a set.
That's right.
Almost been, for want of a better word, owned twice by Panka. Once when he won the pot, once when he lost the pot. But yeah, it's interesting to see Panka climb up that counts. And he's downwind of those 2 big stacks as well, Yakubi and Nation, so maybe he's going to look to now tussle with them. We've seen him play pretty tight up till now.
Yeah, good see. HN hasn't really, put his mark on this feature table yet, but clearly he's having a great day and a great tournament. But one does feel like Yakubi a little bit more active, a little bit looser, might steal some spots before Panka gets a chance, but maybe now he's got the artillery to fight back in a bigger way.
Just going to see how wide Yakubi might open here, given
the
fact that Panka has chips now in the small blind. HN is certainly going to open his 5s, the table chip leader, the near tournament chip leader.
And now Kolgu, we mentioned just the card deadness that has befallen her over the past hour and a half or so.
Yeah, the whole frame.
Defending this ace-7 here, apologies.
What 7 is it?
Ace-7.
Ace-7, there we go.
But unfortunately, not the flop she was hoping for. HN probably going to fire out a little c-bet here, try and get the job done as simply as possible. Doesn't want to see any more overcards.
Yeah, slightly player dependent.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got to be careful betting these hands against those who might overbluff you, but if you think your opponent's going to play a little bit more honestly, it seems reasonable. And also they might, especially if it's someone who might overfold a little bit too much, you might knock them off some equity. I'm not saying that's the case with Kolgu, but she will appear incredibly tight to him purely because of her card distribution, but he might attribute that to maybe being too snug. So much easier to know, even just from the booth, seeing what we've seen, seeing every hand. Players there will be, I'm sure, relayed information, but it'll be about the key pots. It'll be, what did this person have here, rather than, oh, what did that person fold under the gun off 25 blinds? Was it a pip too tight? That information tends to be not the one that gets through to you. This poor man, down to just 5 blinds.
Yeah, tough spot now. Obviously, about to commit 40% of
play
his
more
stack in the
pots
next
out
hand.
about,
Makes this a very appealing spot to get it in if he does wake up with something above average.
What's the number? What's the number? The 7?
I think he said back, yeah.
I think it's 7.
So back means we were at 7.
And that's not above average.
Yeah. No, he wants.
You were from the beginning on table 7.
A wry smile from Doroshkov as he realizes he's very, very much going to be battling with fumes. Now, maybe he has to call it off with a fairly wide range in the big blind next hand, or he lets those blinds through and tries to find a juicy spot in the next orbit.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. Like you say, he's down to fumes. He's down towards the end of the frame as well. Not that I think on day 3 we're too worried about the gamble it up before the break scenario, but he would like to find his fate out before the break, I'm sure. It's not like we're about to go off a 90-minute dinner break on day 1 or something.
No.
Sometimes you put those chips in just that little bit lighter, don't you?
4 dakika var yalnız. Masayı
Don't
değiştiriyoruz.
you, David? No, you don't, do you? You're just
No, it's
consummate
no,
professional.
it totally, yeah. No, it's just
I was trying to
just
catch
one
you out
long-
there.
one long game.
I was trying to catch you out. Fresh face.
Who have we here? Aha!
I don't think he will play.
A fresh face for just a few hands, as we are only a few minutes away from their next break. There you go. He's been told he's got 3 minutes to give us the goods.
Yeah. Got to make a mark here. You probably got 2 hands to do it. And
The glasses were off for a second now. I've not seen them off.
yeah,
Quickly put them back on.
kind of Matrix style here. Neo Canar.
I like more of the Ari Clipper glasses, you know. They go on when business is about to occur.
Yeah.
Panka, here we go. His first chance now to use some of these fresh chips he just acquired. And he's...
Yeah, interesting spot here. It can maybe just flat and
That's what he's doing.
play one in position most of the time.
It's like a fun, you get to play some hands. Poor Doroshkov. 60k more, 6-7, let's go. I actually hadn't thought about that when Panka was deliberating. This makes sense to flat a lot of hands here, because if Doroshkov were to jam, it reopens the action and you get a lot more information off Canard. So I kind of like flatting more hands here. Although it does allow Doroshkov to come in more, you're not too worried about losing the pot to this very short stack.
But having just seen how Panka's capable of a trap, it's an
Doroshkov flicked in the call. Dealer's like, no, sorry, sir, it's a little bit more. Another 5k chip, please. That is insult to injury.
Yeah, I know you've commit half your stack, but we'd like just a little bit more.
Well,
Okay, well, he's
Find a
going with
7.
his hand.
Here we go. Stop and go.
69%.
Yeah, great spot. And freezes Canar in the middle.
Yeah, is it a spot now where they both call and he actually gets a lot more into this pot now?
It's so hard for Canar to call.
But it's only 100.
With Panka behind.
You
Yeah,
don't want to be giving
I
it.
hear you.
What you don't want to do is this. You don't want to be giving it away.
Right.
But Panka's obviously going to flick it in for 100. Could be up against club draws. Could be up against.
He's definitely ahead. Oh,
Here we go. Doroshkov on the spin.
he has a king.
76%
I'm not
in this
telling
heads-up
anybody.
clash now against Dominic
But I
Panka,
thought he had the
the man
king.
who just
What is this?
ripped his heart out a moment ago and has ripped it out
Poor-
once again.
Poor Doroshkov.
It's like Mortal Kombat. Finish him.
Well, he did finish him. Doroshkov out in 56, 55th, something in that area. Not sure exactly how up-to-date our count is versus the one clock these guys are looking at. It'll be somewhere in the 10 to 12k payout.
Are you breaking it? Okay.
Well, it appears we have reached the end of that frame.
Yeah, this has been a fascinating period in the sense that while we saw some bust outs and we saw the end of Doroshkov there a moment ago, sad to see him leave. Obviously a very entertaining player who takes those spots and takes these aggressive lines, and we love to see that kind of poker. What stands out for me are two players. Yakubi has got that big double up, and now he looks a real threat now with almost 5 million. But maybe, just maybe, the biggest story is the emergence of Dominic Panka. A genuine threat, a real threat, a man who's been there before, oodles of big game experience, James.
Yeah, he's one that the rest of them on that table won't enjoy seeing get chips. One of the best known players in the field for sure. But yeah, Thomas Aichen, not the most exciting frame for him, but he's still got his 5 million. He's still very comfortable. His blinds are now creeping up to 30, 60. He's still one of the biggest stacks in the room, and everyone's getting that little bit closer to the final table.
Yeah, letting the game come to him is a Chen, and well, we're going to bring more of this game to you guys in just about 10 or 15 minutes time. Please don't go away. Enough time to stick the kettle on, but we're going to be back with this record-breaking field in the Metro. That's a good one, actually.
Merit
Retro. Maybe we
the
could
Metro.
Maybe we could create that portmanteau.
That could be the next season, the Metro season, and everyone, it's like London Underground themed, or the Paris Metro,
like
the Madrid Metro. We could do.
We've trademarked that. You can't steal that off us without paying us something. The Merit Retro Series main event, 3,300 buy-in, 560k up top. Someone's going to win it all tomorrow, but we're going to play on for a few more hours tonight. Don't go away. So, a new record, and we talked about this being a day of records. Producer Milbudas recognizing another record here in this room, which is that we've never had a bubble where there was 17 tables playing at once.
So, here we have King Jack against Ace King. King Jack is covered.
Would you believe it?
Jack 6-4, top two. Still vulnerable though. Stays clean, and Ace is what the whole room is rooting for here. Instead, it's a 5 and a fist pump and a fist bump.
To be, you don't want, you know, this period to essentially remove a level from the game. We want, you know, these guys to still have play and for it to all grow nicely. We just take 2 minutes off the clock each time. Here we go.
What have we? Drum roll, please. Is that Queen against 10-10?
It is, unfortunately, for our all-in player.
Yeah, the 10s are covered. What is this board development here that has everybody concerned?
Must be it must be an all-diamond board.
And the 10 of diamonds must be present.
A big round of applause for our battle boy. Congratulations, this time you are all in the money.
This time you are all in the money.
Officially. Yes. Samuel, Max, full service bathing.
5 years you have to take
they were onto something
exam
back in
and
the days.
everything, you know. And
Let's
those
bring that
exams,
Were you hit by ropes or leaves?
No,
or-
eucalyptus, that's
and then
more
you
of the
have to
banya
speak good English,
Okay.
and also you have
sort
to
of
take
deal, I
exam.
believe. Here it was
And
just
that
a...
exam, that if people
delightfully
like
fragrant
go to
soap
the university,
and
English
scrub?
people, half of them will fail on the exam.
I would venture to guess a
They
layer
will-
of my dermis
they're
is now
asking,
exposed that
18th century
wasn't
Queen
earlier
of
this
May
morning
or
prior to
these
that.
things like that. Not many
Confirm
people will
baby's
know,
bottom
'cause they're
level
the-
of,
Yes.
of dermis here.
Absolutely,
in the boot.
powder away.
Long time ago, there wasn't an exam.
I'm
like
also
that time.
losing
That
a
time
layer
it
of
was
skin
very
right now,
good
but that's because of a very poor choice to stay in the sun too long about a week ago.
Yes, well,
It is not very difficult.
the Irish dermis is not quite as resilient as from
Yeah, but
my part of
England
the
just
world.
become now.
Yeah,
It was
Very resilient
easy
ace
before.
jack suited though for Kolotiuk, not one that's going to put him into the blender. Folds in front of him and
You're right.
up we go.
4 years ago for the
Makes it 100,000 and note the precision with which he is operating even in this spot, David, where he recognizes that if all of a sudden Idemir were to jam and Lusov were to jam right behind him,
Yeah,
he
I
would
asked my
maybe be
daughter,
well served to fold.
I keep
Take that
5K
one
back?
chip. Yeah, I'm just
Ah,
saying.
no, no.
It's not supposed to be the case with the flat payouts. This is more the sort of thing we see at a final table.
Yes, exactly. I know, and you're absolutely right. That is definitely a new part of strategy we've seen at final tables where there's ladder jumps about. But I think this is full commitment and just the sort of tossing in of the one chip here, which will actually be in amazing shape now against Idemir, who, you know, quite rightly happy to call it off with King Jack suited. Doesn't know he's dominated because he's just called. They're not all in here. But Kolotiuk will enjoy that board. Diamonds.
I have an ace of diamonds, and second one card is unknown.
Bit of a slow roll.
I want showdown.
Ah, I'm ahead. This is my ace. Maybe second one is a 10. Beautiful 10 of clubs.
Well, maybe he didn't look.
No,
Oh, wow.
it's more better.
He didn't look. He saw one and put it in. Okay, it
So
wasn't a
you need
slow
a card,
roll.
not joke,
It
yeah?
was a genuine.
Yeah.
I
No,
put
no,
it
no,
in
I don't
seeing
see.
one card. Well, still 5 outs.
No, no.
To be faded. And the 9 on the river is squeaky clean.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Easy double.
But now, if you make final table, you have to buy him a present.
Oh,
Wrapped it up in London. First plane out. Back in the saddle very next day. Calendar, I
Blind.
would imagine, is well planned out in advance by Rizai.
Yeah.
Who now has been
If you-
given an ace-queen suited,
Sometimes
but
if
is
you look, you fold.
staring
look,
at
it's
the
better.
under-the-gun jam from
No, I
Hodge.
did
Granted,
before. I
just
looked, I folded.
55,000, slightly north of 2.5 bigs. The sizing, and of course a stack, David, that is encouraged to take this spot as opposed to involuntarily be forced into the next one in the big blind, deeming this hand better than the average he is likely to receive, getting some protection as Rezai gives him a hug in the form of a jam over the top for 300,000. Presumably take quite a bit of hand to want to get involved anywhere behind these two, and with the muck of both blinds and the button before it, Rezai can pull back the 245,000 in excess, and he will spin the wheel in a 160K pot with Hodge, who needs help. Not there. On a 9 high rainbow board. 6 outs twice.
10. 10.
Oh, hello, 7. Now, 6 outs that need to be faded. No ace, no queen. No problem. As Alan Hodge will retake his seat. But you just kind of see the...
Well, 2 strategic points there. One is he had to go with the under the gun hand there. Obviously, the big blind ante about to get him. Once that's removed, it's just not in play anymore, so you can't match that part of your stack. So you really have to go with anything in that situation under the gun. So he did that correctly. Second strategic point, he stood up and looked fairly resigned to his fate as a player being eliminated, and that's very important to do as well, as we've seen historically.
Superstition abounds, obviously.
I think he's actually managed to stack really well. It was a pretty dire circumstance he found himself in, close to the bubble. He took that one spot that I probably wouldn't have, if I'm honest. He would have got through the money in either instance, so it's sort of moot. But just far too important for him to have locked up this min cash with that stack. He's done that, and now he's got to figure out a way to spin out of this 3 big blind zone where he found himself a moment ago, and maybe, just maybe, get back to a playable stack.
Well, Kolotiuk, a stack manager as well. King, Queen.
Oh, here we go.
The elected upon holding, and Hodge is going to look down at an ace-9.
250.
He is covered.
7 bigs. Of course, he has to think about Kolotiuk's 12.5 big blind shoving range from that
That's not
seat.
call, I'm ahead 100%.
Oh, wow.
King, queen.
Kolotiuk, I'm not sure whether or not that was a sporting bit of encouragement designed to grease a path into the muck for this ace-9, or if it was true belief that king-queen was the best hand, but
Let's see.
he will be a slightly south of 3-2 dog against the covered stack, which now turns into 9s and 3s and ascends to 77% favorite with 2 to come.
The diamond.
Keep it paint-free
Jack
was
for
the
sweat.
thought. The diamond is not an issue, but the presence of the gut shot
Jack, just be Jack.
now means all forms of paint could be useful, and instead it's aces and 9s on the river as Hodge, a double-double. Most recently in Italy.
That's a lovely part of the world. It's no secret that, of course. Italy.
Belarus or Italy?
I'm saying Italy. A lovely part of the world. Can't say I've been to Belarus, Ollie.
Okay.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
Minsk, I believe, the capital.
Oh, hello. Hello. Trapper. We got a trapper.
Ace-5 suited from the big stack. And a flat calling Takovich
Yeah.
with the aces.
I wonder if he was looking around to see if there was a sort of stack that might be interested in 3-bet jams. Patakovic gets... I'm torn on this one, Ollie. Whether each one of 3-bet guns under the gun. Under the gun's obviously showing a lot of strength, but it is the big stack doing the bidding, so obviously gets to be worried the most. And Yasuchenya continuing with 9-4 offsuit in the big blind.
Yeah.
Wouldn't advise this against the other 2 spots, but does flop some interest on this 5-3 deuce board, as does Iluz, and of course Petakovic has the same wheel draw as Iluz, but also backdoor spades. This is, somehow everyone's got a piece of this with players coming in from under the gun and +1.
3 of the needed aces in terms of Yasuchenya's ambitions are busy, accounted for. I lose the pre-flop razor with the 5s and the flush. Prospects for Petakovic. Those aces face this 80K.
Yeah, he gets to just knock out Petakovic with some garbage. I say garbage, those are raw bait combos that flatten this seat. Just wants to get his heads up against the big blind with a very unlikely top pair. And of course he gets to rep some strength. Does get double those big overpairs himself. Yasuchenya. She of course having the most of the 5-3 deuce board, having peeled from the big.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Merit Retro Series main event, a $3 million guaranteed event, day 3 of several day 1s, consolidating down to a day 2, and it has been a bit of a marathon day on our hands, and we still have 3 levels of play left. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin, and David, of course, you were here for the prior frame. Walk us through a little sense of what we may come to expect here as the night draws into day almost. We're going to be playing until 2 a.m. local time.
Well, in that last frame, I suppose we mentioned it, myself and James, at the end, the emergence of Dominic Panka, a scary name to be seeing creeping up that leaderboard from the other player's point of view. However, you know, there's actually some very big stacks in the room too. He's not made huge headway, but he's gone from short stack to middle stack, and he is the kind of guy who could make some serious ground. We have a very interesting feature table. Nice lineup of players, actually. A few familiar faces, Gromov and David Hu in particular, who stands out to me. I remember Hu from the Western Series back in January here. He came 4th in the warm-up, played superbly well. He's a WSOP circuit ring winner, and he actually, when you look across his resume, a lot of final table experience. You know, hasn't closed every single time, but has a lot of 4th, 3rd, 2nds, has been there, done that as well. And I think he's one to watch in this frame.
Yeah, and obviously not to be overlooked are the results of Gromov. We're talking about a WPT Vienna 2011 champ. So think about over 10 years removed from having demonstrated that he is somebody capable of reaching the summit when navigating a big field such as a WPT from that long ago. And yet here he is again, proving that the game by no means has passed him by, and hanging with both the local legends and some of the more established talent that's still out there.
Yeah, and local legends, established talent, whoever they happen to be, will all be looking at this 560k up top as potentially a career best for an awful lot of the remaining field here. A very exciting prospect. Everybody on the final table tomorrow will get at least $56,000 for their trouble. An extraordinary result, regardless of where you finish on that final table, given it's only a 3,300 buy-in.
I was just thinking the same thing, and there's going to be a whopping 6 six-figure payouts. But for now, we take a look at the 8-pack that we have assembled here at this feature table for the next couple of hours here on the Merit Poker YouTube stream. 60,000 with a 60k big blind ante. Total of 150,000 shaved off of your stack each and every orbit for the likes of Asaf Grufi. That is a little bit of an issue, needless to say, as he sits as the lone short stack far and away. You see Gromov, ace 8, disinterested. David Hu to his left, and obviously that is not where he wants to find himself, given how talented Hu is.
No, not a good seat against Hu, who's also very deep stacked. One of the chip leaders in this tournament right now with, I think, around 6.5 million the last time I looked at the chip counts. We'll have him on screen in a moment. Again, a quick browse through his resume before we get into this hand. 3rd in an M-Cop, 2nd in a PLO bracelet event, 2nd in WPT deep stacks. I did mention he had a lot of final table experience and a lot of going deep without necessarily closing all the time. Well, that's pedigree right there.
Now, the man who we can't find a whole lot of information on, Bolor Ardene, but he certainly has sizzled himself into our retinas from observations, in particular the hand with a pair of 3s, pocket 3s it was, where he executed a really staggering bluff earlier on. Has picked up Hoffmanner for the ride after opening to 125,000.
Yeah, now a player like Kochia, looking at a stack of 14 bigs, clearly tempted there to call and maybe go with equity in a situation where he's sort of shallow stack. He does let it go though, and we do go heads up here, ace-jack against 8s.
And the 8s performing significantly better on a 9-6-5 2-heart board. This was not the view that Ardene had invested in with the pre-flop raise.
It's not, but you just gave me that read that he's clearly capable and maybe the kind of person who will shell off here in some circumstances. No, not this one.
He did have position in that particular exchange, but it really was a completely savage, stone cold bluff with really no equity. Meanwhile, Hoffmanner deciding that this is very much his board. Rightfully so. Gut shot, straight draw, backdoor hearts.
Yeah, very hard to continue for bowler Ardney on this texture. And Huffmanner, I'm sure, to take that one down. He's looking kind of retro himself. I spotted the Air Jordans on someone earlier on today.
The old Trefoil Adidas logo as well.
Exactly.
Harkening back to a prior time. Back when the football in Deutschland was West German.
That's right. World Cup winners in 1990.
In Italy.
In Italy against the Argentinians in the final. Ireland made it to the quarterfinals. Deepest ever run by an Irish
I want to
team.
say that was also the year that Cameroon
Correct.
made a deep run.
They got to the
Roger
quarters
Mila.
as well.
Did they tie Argentina in group play? Did they defeat them in group play? They did.
I don't remember the group stages. I know England ultimately took them down in the quarters, but the quarters was a significant result.
Oh, for sure.
And you're right, it was the who knows what age he is, Roger Mila.
Yeah, yeah.
Doing his dances at the corner flag.
Uh-huh.
Good times.
Love that we share a depth of archive. That was the first World Cup that I actually remembered. So, a young man. Meanwhile, King 10 suited on the button. Little muscle memory. We know what we're doing. Kosia with the 835K. That's, let's call it 15.5 blinds to start things. Puts 145K of his stack forward, and this should do just fine. Not certain how sticky Gromov wants to get off of 905,000. The Jack 4 bowing out. And we talked about it on many occasions already, but in particular for the shorter stacks, as we see the nature of the blind increases becoming more and more dramatic, even though this is an event and a structure that does provide so much value. So important to be able to keep your head above the waterline, not end up in that no poker to be played, one decision to be made, spin the wheel, pre-flop and pre-flop alone sort of situation that one can often find themselves in if they exercise too much patience, don't find properly timed aggression out there. You just do bleed out and get whittled away quite quickly.
Yeah, the price of poker is rather expensive now, 150K a round.
Down to 51 runners. David, the plan originally was to get down to 9. Not certain whether or not you think over the next 3 hours we're going to get there. I certainly feel as though it's never going to happen, especially with the consolidation of the stacks.
I honestly didn't even know that was an ambition, to be honest.
That was my impression.
It's so normal here to just sort of be fine with getting down to 20, 23, and us sort of enjoying that pre-final table 3-4 hours, usually over a couple of frames, to sort of wet the whistle, get us in the mood, and then a sort of a 5 p.m. final table. It's always been the norm here.
That has been the norm. You're right, Dave.
But
and obviously a much more realistic expectation given that we only have 3 more levels.
Yeah.
And quite a bit of runway between us and the FT. As we see Samavati, specifically Naveed Samavati, opening with ace-queen off of a healthy stack, playing under the Persian banner, just shy of $100,000 in career live earnings, 28,000 and change, his best ever cash, and 100% of his live results coming right here at Merit Poker. So one of the loyalists, as we see, he has picked up Nuri with the pocket 7s, as well as David Hu, speculating with that 6-4, making bottom pair. Checking it over to Samavati's 2 overs. The ace of diamonds interacting quite nicely.
yeah, absolutely. All the back doors working for Samavati here. So this hand does make it a very good continue. He can make Broadway, he can make the wheel, he can make the nut flush. That's normally a good one to throw into your continuing range here. Chooses not to on this occasion. Opens the door for Nuri to start us off. Certainly a hand that requires some protection, only looking at one overcard.
So with 2 checks in front of him and deference from the pre-flop opener, Kato Nuri. Playing into the Swiss banner. Does barrel 225K.
Yeah, and note the check from Samavati, not necessarily indicative of a give up. Makes it a little trickier for David Hu here. He'd rather be closing the action, calling with a bottom pair, backdoor type of holding. Samavati has a spot now if he wishes to take it. It would be a hyper-aggressive one to turn this into a semi-bluff. Feel like, given that he didn't choose to c-bet it in the first place, he's not the type of player inclined to take such a spot.
Yeah, tearing one off against the position better is one thing, but then overcalling against that big blind flat also is a bit more ambitious, more difficult to navigate on future streets, as the 10 would have presented the Broadway draw to the ace-queen. Not sure how proud of that he would have been, as 2 quick checks now deliver the diamonds to the board.
Yeah, and this is a great spot for David Hu to recognize that in a lot of worlds his bottom pair will not be good, but he can represent very nicely these diamonds. May decide to turn very little value into a bluff here. Now he decides he might just have enough of it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 is a useful card in terms of 6-7. Obviously, he unblocks diamonds, but it would have been very reasonable to expect some suited combos to be coming along from the big blind, and as played, a flush would be possible, and you are a bit surprised now to see Nuri activating for 475 on the river after the turn check.
Yeah, I feel as though he beats the 5x and 4x, and not sure this would even get the job done against the Jack X all the time.
No, I would agree. The Jack X is going to be a caller. It did feel like a bet that lacked purpose in terms of having maybe thought through whether or not worse hands can call or better hands can fold.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Important questions to ask ourselves in position on the end.
Yeah, a fundamental question when making any bet is, are we pursuing value and are we looking to get better hands to fold? There are obviously some mergy spots in poker that crop up from time to time, but that didn't feel like one of them.
No.
You keep the stickers on your caps?
I don't. I've never really understood why one keeps a sticker. I suppose if the intention is to return the hat at some point, it does clear the path for a refund.
Yeah, because it's easy to lose a receipt.
Yeah, but the sticker, it's a little bit more ambitious explanation on the end. Oh, well, you know, it came off. Ace Jack. Kosia. Running into the Ace Queen now is Nuri. In the cutoff. Very much will be welcoming this open to his right.
Yeah, credit to Kosia for coming with the open here off 15 bigs. A lot of players would just stick it in here for that amount in this seat with Ace Jack. He's clearly trying to extract some more playability from this hand. Feels as though he can bring certainly a big blind in with an inferior holding and win some more chips down the streets. Gives himself a chance to get away from further action, perhaps. Maybe isn't in dukes against certain kinds of players. We'll have to see how he feels about it against Nuri's 3-bet here. I feel like he's given himself an escape path.
Obviously, under normal circumstances and stacked depths, this wouldn't be a 3-bet that is quite as much of a commitment. But with 865 back, and suddenly almost another 200,000 of that on request, discomfort begins to set in as we think about how to chart a course forward and whether or not we feel like there is even a need to do so with the ace-jack. Would feel a bit weak to raise fold to this, David, or were you more in the let's let it go camp?
I assumed all along this was the reason for the open rather than the shove, was so that he could perhaps get away in a spot such as this one.
Or maybe even 4-bet if he so chose, or that would just be a little bit too ambitious?
Well, maybe against a certain opponent with whom he has some history. But yeah, in general, I agree. I didn't see the open and call leaving a sub 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio here, and feels a little bit trappy now. If I'm Nori, I'm really worried my opponent has kings.
Oh, wow.
He's undeterred, though.
Look at that unanticipated jam there. Obviously, it's for 670 effective, not the full 3 million and change, but Kosia lacks any future whatsoever without a heart in his hand, so into the bin he'll go. And Nuri, nicely executed. I mean, this is a man coming off of his biggest career score ever just this past summer at the Wynn in Las Vegas in a $9,700 buy-in. 17th place finish, good for almost 108K. That is the lion's share of his career total of 181,000 and change. King suited.
Groovy with just 6 bigs here. This really is a wonderful sight when you're hanging on grimly.
In they go, quite predictably for the Israeli, with almost 49,000 in career live earnings, almost 11,000, his all-time best cash. All but one of the events on his resume taking place right here.
I came for cash
at
game.
Merit Poker.
I'm stuck here.
The lone outlier, a Vienna event on the IPC tour. That was back in September of 2015.
365.
Hoffmanner with a bit of maths to do here. Needs about 40%. 10-8 doesn't have that, so good fold.
Yeah, 34. Falls short of the proper price. And more of those meaningful pickups for the short stacks.
Yeah, while he would have welcomed action from an inferior ace and maybe even an inferior king that would have given him some, never bad to pick up a raise and take it when you've 6 big blinds.
I think he's welcoming action from anything but aces and kings with that kid.
Well, King 7 won't qualify, so blinds and ante's about to gobble back those that earn chips in the next hand. Groovy grafting. Gromov now.
Grafting Gromov?
Groovy grafting Gromov. Got the triple.
Alliterative prowess on display from Lieutenant Lappin.
Learning from the master here.
Oh, never that.
Yeah.
Mastery not required to understand that off of a stack like David Who's, we can get after it from the cutoff with something like King 7 offsuit. It takes something along the lines of an ace-queen to feel motivated to get involved with a massive stack such as this one. As we see the field down to 50. Samavati with 1.7. Obviously a great hand, but out of position and facing one of the reapers at the table. We do tend to lean toward the passive lines, do we not?
Yeah, I was about to say, from what we saw in that previous hand where he had ace-queen and had flopped all the back doors and elected not to continuation bet small, as I had predicted, I feel as though maybe that's indicative of a generally more passive style. And to be honest, with 30 big blinds, it's very wonky here. You know, are you 3-bet inducing? Are you 3-bet to folding? You don't love doing either, and when you don't like doing either, flatting is actually a nice way to proceed because your hand is very under-repped, and we see now he may well get value from this hand.
Top pair on the Queen Jack 6 rainbow board where he just slips it over to who doesn't really have anything to speak of other than a big stack and the betting lead. So he will ask a little question. And let's see what type of answer Samavati has in store here. Will he continue to defer? As obviously, even though we recognize that with high frequency, David is going to be barreling away at us. Some of the time it's going to be with better kit than ace-queen. Seldom, but it's possible.
Yeah, I think you can go both ways here. Ace-queen is a monster now once this Queen Jack 6 board has come out. So I think you can actually raise this one to sort of goad and induce your opponent. In this instance, he's flatted and maybe just sees in David Who a man who, you know, is going to open wider than most and has maybe missed this board more often, and he actually has to throw him some rope.
So both players checking the turn, and the 8 comes off. Some straight possibilities. 7 becoming a bit relevant in David's hand.
If you're Samavati here, you want to either slip it on over one more time or make a reasonably large bet. Going small in this instance might create a sort of a weird spot. You sort of half-potted it there. And I guess maybe, again, we haven't seen this guy play too much before, but my instinct already is he's maybe got a tight image.
Yeah, I suspect that to be the case as well, just based on the observations thus far.
Who was one and done in the end.
It's been a long day already, and it's one that comes at the back end of potentially multiple day one efforts for these players. Unknown just how many bullets have been fired in the interest of getting to this point. Day 2, of course, also behind them, and it does begin to wear on you, without question. The unrelenting number of decisions that you've got to make, hours on end, and the pressure mounting, truly, as we're at that point with 50 left where you begin to envision the grandeur of potentially being a champion and earning over $560,000.
Yeah, these guys are obviously coming to the tail end of a festival where they've played a lot of poker. But worth noting that the day 1 and day 2 are actually reasonably short. So we haven't tired them out too much, unless they decided to double dip in that mix max. We haven't tired them out too much. And it's always the way in these that we end up playing quite a long day 2. Sometimes give them a late start on final day, I should say day 3, and then a late start on final day. So usually day 3 being the more grueling test. And yeah, like local time here, 11 o'clock already for these guys, obviously 11:30 on the stream, and you know, they're facing another 2.5 more hours.
And we've seen, as we saw Samavati there keeping the decisions to a minimum with that king-queen, some pretty wretched unravelings throughout the years that have been a result of what one could be tempted to regard as a bit of mental fatigue.
Definitely, and I think this is where, obviously being a professional poker player, stands to you a huge amount. If you've played online, your Sunday grind might be anything from 12 to 16 hours. You're well used to even more decisions in that context. If you're a live pro, or even, you know, just a live player with a lot of experience, well, long days at the cash game tables, long days in tournaments, you will be no stranger to those. But yes, if you are of the more recreational variety, if you are somebody who maybe plays a short session on a Sunday on your day off, and you dabble with a couple of poker holidays a year, it is a day such as this which will present the biggest test.
And ironically enough, is in many ways the most important of the days that you're likely to face, as King Jack suited now faces 2 aces. Gromov, no sooner does he participate than he runs into it. 3-bet to 300,000, ensuring that Riff Raff doesn't look up at a price and potentially complicate the affair. Now Samavati, the ace-queen paying him a visit once more on the button, facing the under-the-gun +1, and then hijack, raise, and 3-bet. How does he feel about it? He's worked to stack up to 2.2.
Yeah, it's pesky now. Gromov obviously opening off quite a shallow stack, just 14.5 bigs. Feels like a pretty strong range overall. Bowler Erdene? How are we pronouncing that?
Erdene.
Erdene, lovely. Still willing to 3-bet in that spot.
Ace-queen finds the muck quite properly in terms of being up against the aces.
Yeah, good read on the situation there.
Now with 125 invested, though, will Gromov bring another 175 forward to take one out of position. It is a healthy quotient of the 750 back. But the expectation, of course, David, and this is not something lost on Gromov, is from time to time he'll be the one sitting on the 4 million plus stack, is that these are the gentlemen at the table that are going to be looking to flex their might and push around some of the smaller stacks.
You like my race, yes?
Nevertheless, Gromov respecting.
Every time. Or just now?
Giving Ola Erdene a little bit of an earful, suggesting that there is some history and that he might be feeling a bit targeted.
Yeah.
We've all been in that spot where it begins to feel personal repeatedly when we open. It's the same, characters that are 3-betting us, and they've got a lot of chips, and you're wondering, really, you always got it? You've always got it? I've got King Jack suited here. This is a playable hand, but perhaps not a playable situation. And I think that's one of the important things to take into consideration as we get into late stage tournament action, is not to get married to only one aspect or one variable in terms of our decision making. Rather take it all under advisement. And Gromov is a guy who we can rest assured, based on his experience, is doing just that, David.
Yeah, absolutely. He understands what was happening there. He knows his opponent knows that he has a very strong range, and he knows he's at the bottom of that. So King Jack just didn't qualify, and now Samavati, well, wow, he's being tested with cuspy hands left and right. Fancying a set mine. Always dangerous not closing the action. Talked a little in the last frame with James about people and their propensity for set mining too shallow and in spots where they actually create squeeze spots.
Yeah. We do tend to give off very ripe fruit vibes to those behind us. Maybe looking to do some squeezing.
Yeah, and it's just hard to realize here, if you're Samavati and you don't make a set, you will flop best, as is this case often, but maybe get bet off your hand by someone like David who will recognize that those backdoor diamonds and the gutter ball right now and a board which favors his opening range in general is a good one to fire out a continuation bet.
That's exactly what he's done with the check from Nuri, who coincidentally has the same Jack-9 offsuit edition. 150,000 into 450, exactly 1/3 pot. And shy of the set, the 2 5s. Let's call it content to lay down, but obviously disappointed. And Nuri doesn't want to tear one off out of position, heads up, with what isn't even a nut gutter ball.
Yeah, lovely outcome for David there. Fired out a small C-bet on a board where he didn't actually have a made hand, just a hand with potential. And wonderful result when those chips come right back to you.
Have we touched upon the artistry being donned here in terms of the tattoo work? This is no small feat nor commitment that we're observing here. Looks like very traditional, dare I say, Japanese influenced artwork that he's donning. He might have to finish at the final table just to support the ink overhead in terms of payout. Interestingly, by the way, for David, who he's playing under the Dutch banner, according to Hendon Mob, 1.14 million in career tournament earnings for the very experienced player. 116,000 was his career best, and coincidentally, that is the last cash that he notched, happening in Amsterdam in November of 2022.
That was the M-Cup result?
Indeed. Master Classics of Poker, MCOP.
Yeah, that is the second oldest European poker festival. Only to which festival, Mr. Ali Najad? It's trivia time. Oldest poker tournament in Europe.
I want to say the Irish Poker Open.
That is the correct answer.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I didn't know, but the manner in which you asked the question had so much patriotism woven through it. That was my read.
Yeah, I think the Masters started a couple of years after the Irish Open.
Going back into the 90s, are we?
Oh no, we're
Or
going
well before that.
way, way back. We might be going back into the 70s.
Really?
It's not long after the World Series started. It's actually really, really old. There's a good story behind that, which I'll tell you in a moment.
Well, there's a good hand behind the backs of those 2 red cards in front of Gromov, and it is 2 red kings. Happily jamming over the top of Nuri, who disgustedly passes 200,000 across.
And what I had? 7 deuce.
Wow.
Suited.
Bottom of range being a bit ambitious there.
Now nice try, nice try.
I'm trying to think what
nice try.
with which card you erased me. Because
Very good hand, very good.
Ace Jack I had now.
Yes, about 700. I mean, I don't want jam. I don't want.
7 deuce.
I can fold. That is the easy way. But I cannot help myself.
If you fold, I kill you, for sure. Not possible.
That is, I mean, it is possible. Normally I fold, but I thought, okay.
If you thought the table talk at Live at the Bike was spicy.
I didn't re-raise him. I just raised, open raise.
Interestingly for me, even this deep in this record-setting prize pool, you never lose that undercurrent of camaraderie and fraternalism that the Merit Poker Room and its regulars are known for. David, is they're letting on what they had, what they 3-bet with, giving a little look. I mean, you know, it's the world's biggest little poker room, just in terms of the vibes. And that's a wonderful thing to be a part of.
Really is.
Without question. Meanwhile, Ace-King is a wonderful thing to look down at, says Kosia. And there it is again, just showing the boys. We're not dancing. This is real deal.
I'm not going to lie here. I did look it up because I wasn't 100% sure on the date. 1979 was the first Irish Open.
And then, was it the 80s for MCOP then?
Yes, it was definitely in the 80s at some point. Now, I think there may have been 1 or 2 years where the Irish Open didn't take place in the 80s. Might have been a couple of gap years where there was no Irish Open.
COVID-18.
No, not the, no. We segued to online for 1 year, maybe 2. In fact, I can't remember. But no, there was. I think maybe like 1985, 1986. Maybe it didn't happen because it was very small. Much like the World Series in its early days, was really just a ragtag collection of degen gamblers,
misfits.
Exactly.
How far the game has come since back then. And obviously lovely to see continued enthusiasm across such a broad span of time. Generally lovely to look down at a suited connector, but Ramavati declines. As again the deck tempts him. Thus far he has resisted those temptations though. Certainly could have opened the pot if he wanted to, but you know, we look up, see who's in the blinds, how deep they're sitting, and you know. Dissuasive developments.
One more level.
29 is last.
We play
29 last.
Until 29, so
Until
two more.
20.
Yeah, this one and another one.
And 28.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice timing to be limping as opposed to getting after that other
Maybe
deep
we can
stack
ask
in the blinds of Ardennais, which is
I'm not
woken
so
up
worried
to a couple
about
of
so many
jacks.
levels because you see, I have.
Chair. Believe me.
Honest poker. Takes it upstairs to
He's the bubble,
185.
I'm short.
Yeah.
And who will take a pass?
Actually, it's easy game when you're short.
yeah. Should these guys choose to lock horns, we would see the biggest pot of this tournament so far. Effectively, they could play a 5 million pot each, sitting on 6 and 4.8 million respectively. Huge stacks in the context of the average right now, which is still sub 3 million. I think maybe even sub 2.5. Garcia with another blessed spot.
11 bigs. There are those who will milk this stack depth, David, and not regard it as a all-in or fold. And he lets it go. Now that comes as a great surprise. That feels like enough hand to do something, David, whether it's min-raise, jam, maybe even you want to limp in if you have concerns about the behaviors of the players to your left, as we see Nuri with the pocket sevens opening, but that was unanticipated.
Yeah. I don't know how his day has gone. Maybe he has found genuine premiums with which to go on several occasions, but that seems like something that's just too tasty in that situation.
I have a very bad
Gotta
reputation.
get after it a little bit here with 11
Tell
bigs.
my hand.
You mentioned there
Anyway.
only half an hour ago, Ali, how these blinds and antes whip round.
I was
They
lying.
really can crush you
I
if you don't
faced
stay
Jack
active,
suited.
if you
I
bleed off. Well, I'm inclined to say there that
Because
if you're
everybody
not willing to play a
folds.
king jack
Yeah,
suited in that
no,
spot,
everybody- I'm not
maybe,
sure.
just maybe, you're being
They
a
are
little
all
bit too
afraid of
tight.
you.
Yeah. But I think you're witnessing a lot of the impact of looking up at the likes of Hu, Olar Erdene, and then Hofmanner in the button and both blinds, respectively, and just feeling as though these are stacks that can give you a liberal spin and maybe end up being your demise, even if you do jam for the full 11 bigs.
That is true, but on the flip side of that, I do strongly feel like a hand like king jack suited just plays very well, and if they really want to give you a spin lighter, then suddenly your king jack suited will play better against their calling range.
Sure.
And you know, let's get to the races here. Let's get out of this sub 20 big blind zone and start playing some poker.
But obviously, stack preservation and the opportunity to fight for those big payouts that await those who make this final table. Oh, so precious.
Yeah. I felt compelled there just to take a quick glance at the payout structure, because maybe if they were right on the cusp of a ladder jump, that's the occasion when you can shave off a couple of hands. If, you know, by just folding and, okay, maybe we don't find a better spot, but we find a spot in half an hour's time, or maybe even like in 5 minutes time if we're right on a money jump, well, we can make an extra 2,400 in that time. But it's actually not until 44 that we see that, so that could be a ways away. And I don't think we should be turning down opportunities. Just taking a look at recent bust outs, we'll be very sad to hear in the chat, I'm sure Mustafa Biz has fallen just moments ago in 52nd place. Eli Said in 55th. Konstantin Held, who of course was on the feature table earlier today, played terribly well to battle his way back into contention. Started with about 20 bigs on stream, finished with about 50. He bust in 56th.
Another member of the Iranian delegation out in 58th, Milad Ogabian. Domenico Zappia, we saw him at the feature, out in 63rd. Erdem Gundogan.
Yeah, these are the fallen.
Losev, Nikolai Losev, also out 54th. He spent some time with us on the feature as we see Hofmanner ready to spend some time with Ace King and the button. David Hu is the opener. Whenever his stack is involved, obviously danger lurks. Nevertheless, the Ace-King will do what one expects, 3xing. Pocket four is the kind of hand that can ruin someone's day, but even with over 6 million back, do we want to spend another 300 to do so? And we've got our answer there. And you know, I gotta say, I can get behind a big stack that is active, but is also disciplined and recognizing that those who do choose to play back at him, David, are likely to be doing so with fairly narrow ranges that will often contain the bigger pairs against which we do not perform well. And it's tough to hit a set. So where do we go when we haven't?
Yeah, David Hu, a very composed individual. Even though he has that big stack, like you say, Ali, still being careful. Exercising caution. Pursuing the soft chips and not really getting into the murkier waters right now.
I like that. Why reach for the elusive fruit? when branches that are hanging low, they present themselves. Meanwhile, ace-jack takes it up to 125. Just a dollop north of the min. An ace in the small blind for Groofy, who is just bleeding out right now. It's just such a demoralizing situation to find ourselves in. He can let this one go, though, and, you know, take a look at several free hands before the big blind comes back around to him, but those free hands may not contain anything better than an ace, and the look on his face really does tell the story in terms of how it's been going.
I felt a moment ago like you were going to break into a verse of the Lotus Eaters.
Pocket pair doesn't come when I want. You know?
Yeah, poem by Alfred Lord Tennyson there when you were talking about the lower hanging fruit and the more easy to find pleasures.
Although those things that are worthwhile tend to require some effort, do they not?
Absolutely, they do.
That's part of the gratification behind winning a poker tournament. Very seldom do such accomplishments come with ease, although I gotta say we have seen some true sun runs up in London, where I was just coming into this one. The deck doth shine down from time to time. I, for one, get a little bit paranoid. You know, you look down at big pair after ace king, and you're like, okay, this has got to be a setup. Like, I know what I'm supposed to do here, but surely I can't win them all.
But then you must remember the times where you lost them all.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Certainly remember those.
And this is justice for those times.
Right. That's the thought we need to have. As thoughts of what to do with ace-6 suited from the man who did fold an ace-queen to a raise and 3-bet in front of him. Discipline is certainly coursing through the veins and on display once more here from Manavati.
Okay.
Oh, and pocket jacks, Kosia. All too ready to rip it in there. And I must say, David, that even though we're at a depth where people do anticipate participation in a pot to be in this form, I tend to appreciate maybe a little bit of salesmanship, maybe a little bit of feigned deliberation.
Yeah. Oh, this is a tough one with the small pair.
Right.
Hopefully you'll still call me with Queen 10.
So then, Kosia on his feet as he realizes that he is in great shape. A 2-to-1 favorite, but that little queen dangler could pose a problem. Not thus far on a 9-9-7 board where the jacks are in wonderful shape. In a 1.2 million chip pot.
Oh.
Wow, just look at that card. Now, an open-ender, as any king, queen, or 8 would ruin Kosia's day. And the 4 of clubs, quite the contrary. Leaves him with the double that he has been patiently waiting for. And this is the kind of smile from a man who might be thinking to himself, yeah, I folded that king jack suited, found myself a better spot. Marian Christian Kosia with just a very modest, almost $14,000 in career tournament earnings, 6,500 and change, his best ever cash. All of his results coming in Romania, home soil for him. And obviously, I don't think we need to ask him who his poker idol is. Coming from that part of the world, David, one name comes to the tip of the tongue.
Mihai Nista. That's the one I would go with, or maybe Dan Mararu.
Who's the older gentleman who's involved in television production? Kisu. Yeah, there you go. Of course I was talking about Daniel Negreanu, but perhaps some other candidates out there. Meanwhile, flesh wound for Bollard Ardenne. Thinking over what he wants to do with King Queen. And the answer is lean on the big stack. Picking a delightful time to do so, dominating.
Yeah, and who once again going to be tested on this active but careful personality. He has been picked off a few times now. Will he hold steady to that plan to not pursue these murky spots, particularly out of position as most of them have been? A quick fold says yes.
You know, I wonder if enough of that doesn't happen to a point where who decides to come with a 4-bet of spicy variety.
Yeah, I think you have to draw your line in the sand at a certain point, but I also think that a good overall strategy is to maybe just let the hand distribution make those decisions for you. If you wake up with a hand that is openable, particularly one that is openable being slightly below a normal range, but because you have this chip lead and you can lean on everybody else's ICM concerns, maybe you go a pip or two lighter, and then you get 3-bet, well, now you just fold. Sometimes you'll actually have a really strong hand. They may step out. That's the time you catch them. I think it's probably just good to let the hand you got dealt make that decision for you, and if that means 3 raise folds in a row, well, so be it.
It is a bit of ego and pride, I think, that factors into those moments where we push back, and generally speaking, these are not things that serve us well at a poker table.
Yeah.
We perceive disrespect as the big stack. What are you doing? Don't you know who I am and what I can do to you? Ardenne now becoming very active, with reason, as we know, but a lack of showdowns obviously leaves it a mysterious series of events for the rest of the field.
A grim distribution of cards for Gromov so far. He's now in the 12, 13 big blind zone, desperate for a spot also.
How about this spot? Bottom set up against nothing more than a gut shot here as who defends against the under the gun opener. And Bollard Ardenne wants nothing more than for who to have ace-X in this defending range as played.
Yeah. 6 of clubs in hand means backdoor flush potential to a weak flush. One wonders if this is enough. Obviously, we talk a lot about how against these small sizings, which are very in vogue these days, very solver approved, you must grasp some hands that are not pairs. You have to find some calls, uncomfortable calls with skinny equity. Well, a gutter ball that's now improved to a two-way straight draw, and that backdoor maybe 6 clubs could come in handy in some runouts.
I think the implied odds have quite a bit to do with Fu's decision to proceed, because he knows that the upside is tremendous if he can get into a big clash with an almost 5 million chip stack to start this one.
Yeah, should he spike his 5-ball there, his opponent coming from under the gun can definitely have ace-X, maybe a big ace-X more often than not. And of course, pocket 8s and the pocket 4s we see here, not unreasonable either. Up and down now, and what would be incredibly well disguised 9-ball comes
Yeah.
off here.
A
And
nine ball
that's
that-
maybe the real money card.
It doesn't have to worry about Queen Jack as played, I don't think. An under the gun raise, a follow through on 2 streets. We can remove this sort of combination. The Jack 7 clearly not an issue either. So it is a nut straight that we perceive ourselves to be drawing to. And then of course the 5 delivers us the clean nutted straight.
Yeah, it would only be the Queen Jack of clubs.
Sure.
I think would make any sense in that spot. So yes, we basically have it. And he's decided to turn it, the up and down, into a raise here. Bowler Erdene. Wow.
Boy, this is poorly timed from who, because Erdene's set of 4s is just so much more ready to clear any equity with a re-raise.
Yeah, doing well not to lick his lips at this point. Obviously, could be behind pocket 8s. That's the only hand that can do him any damage. He's aware of the draw heaviness of the board now and is maybe contemplating the best course of action. Does he just call here? Let 2 pair bet themselves on the river?
Right, it could be some aces up.
It could. Ace 10, I think, would flat here.
But beyond the 2 pair betting on the river, there was another sort of kit you had in mind that might be a part of the equation for who?
Well, yeah, just that maybe who would barrel off with a hand such as this one, and by flatting, he's giving his opponent an opportunity to bluff.
River could present some complexities for the set of 4s. Let's see. King of clubs. Now the aforementioned Queen Jack has become a thing.
And the front door flush got there.
Yeah.
So Bowler Erdene will not love that card by any means. But out of position now, who, with a very tricky spot, does he decide to represent this front door flush that maybe picked up some equity on the turn and decided to get a little fruity? Seems to be the word of the day.
Yeah, imagine like a pair of 10s and a club draw that might want to force the issue. I believe we just got our answer, though, as he steps away from it. But oh my, what a pressure-packed spot he could have put Bowler Erdene in had he put all 3.6 million on request with an overbet.
Yeah, right. Erdene now with a kind of an interesting one. He's probably a little worried about a flush, maybe. Probably feels like it would have done its own betting. And now is thinking, okay, what 2 pairs would call, and you know, what's my target hand? And I think ace 10 might be the target hand. I think that's kind of what he'll decide upon and bet accordingly. Try and size to what that might flick in the call. Obviously, who might just check it over to him with that king arriving on the river. This is all conjecture, of course, we know. He's already given up.
Yeah, half pot was the thought on the end there. Opening up the action, but doing so comfortably enough after the check on the river, being the follow-up act to the check raise on the turn from who. So, Bowler Erdene now beginning to emerge as the dominant force here at this featured table. Those of you joining us on the Merit Poker official YouTube stream, glad to have you with us from wherever it is that you might be joining. Encourage you to click the like button and the subscribe button in order to help grow the channel and aid in the efforts that have been undertaken here by Ashkan Bagai and the rest of his team to become an even bigger force on the global poker stage than they already were prior to the showcasing of what's on offer here in the room. Something that those who have been playing regularly for many years here have been well aware of, and now secrets out. Certainly will be even more so once the EPT comes calling in October. It begins on the 11th as Samavati, ace queen, doesn't mind it when he's opening.
Yeah.
It's his 3rd or 4th time being dealt this hand.
Can we just check that he's not keeping those cards?
Yeah, right.
No spot really here for Gromov. Possibly aware of that 44 ladder jump, thinking, well, let's just take 20 seconds off the clock each time. 46 now. Yeah, certainly worth adding $2,400. No, like that's almost a buy-in. If you can just outlast two more people.
Ace-10 deuce board as the now almost 6 million chip stack of Buller Erdene did defend and has been outflopped. Granted, ace-high was always best, but second pair is up against top pair. 330 in the middle.
Yeah, and we've tagged Samavati as maybe one of the tighter players here. He has woken up with some real hands and got involved, but interesting what Bowler Erdene's read on him is and how much he'll enjoy playing a pot here out of position with second pair when the top pair is an ace. Of course, he can't go away for one bet. However, I think it a spot maybe where calls once and then unimproved probably surrenders. And maybe just trusts that his opponent wouldn't barrel twice without the goods.
Of course, we proceed for 125,000. We do not improve, although the jack does help Samavati in the form of a Broadway gutter.
Yeah, and from Bowler Erdene's point of view, even some of those semi-bluffs, even some of those continues, those Broadway continues will have improved on that card, so he really can't face any further action unless it is absolutely microscopic. Samavati does give him a chance. Board pairs river. Samavati in bluff catching mode. Bowler Erdene don't think can do anything other than pray he's up against pocket eights, pocket nines now. And any fears of Bowler Erdene having 10 jack fall by the wayside now, and Samavati can pursue value to the tune of maybe half pot, maybe 2/3, maybe go a little smaller. Interesting what he chooses here. I reckon it's a mix in solver world.
Opening up the action when that deuce does pair does present opportunity to Bowler Erdene, who certainly has the range advantage in terms of having the deuce combos, David, and that massive stack to do some bullying. But nothing nefarious on his mind there. We've seen it before. Generally speaking, that kind of leverage is best applied when you're at a final table and the ICM is considerably bigger factor. 40 and 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante.
Do you enjoy the TV table? Do you enjoy the TV table? For you, it's torture. Torture.
Samavati now, again, really being teased by the deck here.
I like a fold in this spot, and indeed, that's what he finds. Groofy, wow, just
To get free.
2.5 bigs. Jokes momentarily about wanting a moment. I don't blame him. 44 position will take away 12.5k as opposed to 10.5k. Could have taken a moment over this one, just in case on the outer tables there was to be a flurry of action. Decides he's not going to be that guy and just sticks in his sub 3 big blinds.
Much is it?
At least he's got the pocket sevens. David, who you would imagine certainly comes with at least a call, maybe a clicky one.
220.
The absolute min raise might be the order of the day here for who.
It would provide a bit of shelter.
Yeah.
To Groofy, so I don't think he'll mind it. Certainly at least not when his hand is best, as it is here. And we know the suited wheel cards like to get up to these sorts of 3 bets.
That's okay. It's a different.
Groofy happy with the isolation attempt.
$215 from 80 is.
Yeah, it's an underbet, I think, who was put out, but the idea is to min raise here, and
345 would be the minimum, correct? As it was a raise of 135,000 over the 80. So then the re-raise must be at least equivalent to that.
I thought 350, but maybe 80, I'm wrong.
There it is, 345.
Definitely can't be 345.
Why not?
That's a legal raise.
Because we've raised it by 135, so we have to add 135 to the 215. We've got to go 350 here.
Oh, 350, forgive me. Yeah, math is...
No. It's okay. But I think, yeah, who put out a smaller amount and is now going to have to put in the full amount. Hoffmanner with the borderline one, because remember, it's still, because it is a min click, it's still only 4 and a bit bigs. So he could flat as well. One committed already. Certainly pretty reasonable to call this one if you're Hoffmanner. May find that it's somewhat honestly played down the streets.
Make it 350. That's just
whatever is easy.
Does let it go, Hoffmanner. And wonderful result for Groofy here.
Yeah, he springs right up, and obviously pleased to be doing battle against one hand as opposed to 2. Especially when it's only the ace that is of concern for the time being in a 630,000 chip pot that holds his fate in its hands.
Oh dear.
Not just the ace, but a 5 as well, rolling off here. And Groofy, the bell tolls. Deuce on the turn. Hockey stick required on the river, and instead it's a 3. Nothing to be done.
No, you know, wonderful for him that he got the isolation he craved off that stack. Obviously needed help. You can never be too disappointed in a spot like that. You only got in slightly over 2 bigs, or maybe slightly over 3 bigs. No, not even 3 bigs. So, yeah, fumes, but he would have enjoyed a spin and maybe would have had a shot at some ladder jumps as well.
So then, a look at a changing power dynamic here at this feature table already, with just a level under their belts. As you see, Bowler Erdene, a nose in front of David who was the boss stack coming into the frame. Karanuri also has performed well for himself with 43 bigs, and then a fairly steady trail off until we get to Navid Samavati, and then you see a bit more of a chasm as Kosia with 15 bigs, and Dmitry Gromov, who you've already alluded to, David, has just been card dead.
Yeah, frozen out of the action. We know an incredibly capable player, very talented, but when you have this stack, you really need the deck to help you out ever so slightly, and it has not cooperated.
So we are at 44 remaining players officially.
So there you go, right on the cusp of that ladder jump. The remaining players will get 12.5k now. Don't think our just eliminated opponent just eliminated player, I should say, is one of them. Unless the board is wrong, which it rarely is. Just want to point out again, really banging out the poetry. Now, I said there earlier the Alfred Lord Tennyson allusion. This time, John Donnan, For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So, you know, very cultured stream.
I can't suggest that it is with intent that I take us down these paths, but rather maybe a subconscious, or I fancy myself a laureate of some sort.
Is there a book of poetry on the bedside table? In the
Not the bedside table, perhaps a coffee table, mostly utilized as a coaster, truth be told, as we see Polar Erdene. From the button, a coaster of sorts, if you will, making it 170,000 here, just a bit north of the new minimum, which is 160. Oh, and Samavati puts his dancing shoes on. And this, I think, is a bit of a departure from sort of the profile that we've been shown thus far. Not sure what the side card is, along with that 9 of hearts. Doesn't have to be a great one, of course, when we sit as deep as Polar Erdene does. Check in front of us. There's the opportunity.
Nothing really Samavati can do in this spot, as I picture a coffee-stained copy of Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman on your...
Love me some Whitman. Ralph Waldo
coffee
Emerson,
table.
another one that
Oh,
I
yeah.
like.
Oh, nice.
Apologies, by the way, to those who tuned into the stream this evening and didn't expect some roundabout masterpiece theater and poetry conversation to be a part of what ensued.
Does that qualify as retro? Yes, they wrote them quite a while ago.
Oh, nice. A way to shoehorn it in with authorization. I see. As more chips work their way into the big stack. Queen 10 offsuit, inadequate up front. Queen 10 suited, just a seat behind off of a very different stack depth for Nuri. He has some different feelings about the holding. It is a little hairy, by the way, for Nuri when opening pots. David, just considering his seat draw is quite abysmal with the two largest stacks direct left of him in succession.
Yeah, really awful seat.
Good spot, though, to be in against Jack 10 suited. Hoffmann really gets his money's worth when he peels them, doesn't he? He really has this dramatically slow, almost looking to surprise himself manner.
Yeah, nice amount of drama. Samavati with an interesting one here. He's getting a small discount. Suited gapper. Good decision, I think, on balance to let that one go. And Musa, wow, look at this. I think maybe just Nuri's more honestly perceived range will prevent Musa from taking the aggressive line here and maybe just go for the smooth call with a deceptively strong hand that could well be dominating. is dominating Bowler Arden.
9-5-4 rainbow and no connections as this group of Broadway draws. Almost checked it around. Erdene saying, hold on, I got 9 of hearts interaction. Position in a big stack.
Yeah, and it's a spot where the 9% hand can almost certainly take this one down here, particularly after he's wrestled the dealer.
Yeah. It is a bit strange to get them to hit the brakes and then suddenly check.
Yeah.
We've seen it, but I will say it is a nice thing to do in terms of the opportunity that presented itself to stop the dealer from putting the turn out there to then put the bet in, because it does impress upon us in a manner that suggests that this is a hand that definitely wanted to deliver chips into the middle with good reason. As we see a peel with a little more than the 2 overs and backdoor clubs. Now gut shots acquired by both camps. And this was a bit ambitious from Nuri. Granted, he was the pre-flop opener.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see this used as a check raise, to be honest, on the flop versus Bowler Aden's positional bet. You can still have a lot of the really strong stuff and go with the check all approach and then pounce upon the potential weakness of that bet with your double backdoor 2 overs sort of hand. Flatting it just creates an awkward spot for yourself now, where even when it goes check, check, sort of compelled to bluff at it, and might just work this time. Now, Bowler Erdene will be very curious here as to why he's facing a bet. Because remember, they went check call on the 9 high board. Ace king probably makes the most sense, but he can represent much more of the straighty stuff, the setty stuff. I wonder if he's plotting larceny here.
Well, the line obviously stands out to him as somehow less credible.
Yeah, definitely. And it is less credible, frankly. Nuri's made a little bit of a mess for himself here.
Yep, there is the raise to 1.3 million from nothing more than jack high, the product, of course, of a tale that was too tall to be told. And this is, of course, image preservation here and posturing from Nuri. We have to believe.
Now, is this a face-saving exercise, or is this...
Surely you're not suggesting that the 2.7 million is going to somehow savagely work its way forward.
Like, here's the situation.
Sixes, yeah?
Both players don't look like they're representing very much. They're both having taken fishy lines.
Well, here's the odd thing, is that now Nuri says sixes, yeah? And in doing so, suggests that a set of sixes would beat him. But how much more awkward would it become? Not that there's ever a place that the Jack-10 goes other than the muck if Nuri were to jam. But this one is really beginning to scramble my brain.
Your bet doesn't make any sense, but yeah, sixes, just sixes.
Nobody's bet made any sense in this one. And credit to Nuri for recognizing that it was nonsensical, but boy oh boy was he put to the test for a lot of chips to test that theory out.
The thing is, if Nouri is capable of deconstructing the line in a manner that accurately deduces that the bet doesn't make sense, then he has to just logically be able to also recognize introspectively when his own line doesn't add up, perhaps.
Yep.
Now, you did identify ace-king as possible, Kit. But it did seem like that 430 on the end wasn't altogether that often attached to that sort of holding. Would you agree?
Yeah, and I wonder if he'd had ace high in that spot, would he have found a hero because he beat so many more of the bluffs. But remember, with queen 10 there, actually some wild bluffs that were ahead of him.
Yeah.
So credit to Nouri for hand reading, recognizing that there was something fishy going on there, but, you know, not enough hand to maybe make a call even against that range.
A little bit disarming, by the way, even though it worked.
Yeah.
For Erdene to be dressed down the way that he has been by Nouri there, and he doesn't know that
have so much. I was going to.
It was just queen high that he was up against, but
wasn't thinking about calling. I was thinking about.
this kind of brandishes a measure of aptitude.
So it does actually say there, I'm not sure if everyone caught it
I didn't have much
on the mic, but he did actually just say that he, once he made that comment about it doesn't seem like you have much, he'd almost given up himself at that point,
Yeah.
but was thinking about coming back over the top.
Yeah.
Which would have been very, very cool.
I mean, you would have had to peel me off the ceiling inside the booth, because that's where I would have been dug in. Meanwhile, ace-jack 5 as David Hu and Hofmanner entangle. Club draw for the opener. A setless 3 overcards. Staring down at the flat caller, and notice the line that Hu is taking. Passive.
Yeah, obviously feels like Hofmanner would flat a decent number of decent ace-x in this spot and wants to maybe proceed cautiously. He can always take a delay c-bet action if it goes check-check here, when he now can get a bit more information, maybe information that suggests that his opponent has a pocket pair. Hofmanner does take a stab here, which is very interesting.
Perhaps just deducing accurately at that it isn't with great frequency that Hu would open this pot and then cede the betting lead. And here, this is the luxury of the big stack, and Hofmanner obviously recognizing that he stepped into it a little bit.
And that is the problem with effectless stab like that with pocket fours, that really there's no plan attached, and what you're basically doing is putting chips out there on a board texture that favors your opponent, and he's able to then rep all the strongest possible hands. So you've just opened the door for that. That little wry smile from Hofmanner, maybe an acknowledgement of how he presented that opportunity to his opponent, whether he had it or not.
I like what I've seen from David Hu.
Yeah.
In spite of the fact that he is off of chip lead duties here. And obviously it's been a bit unpleasant to be to the right of Erdene, who has presented himself as very competent opposition that isn't fearful. But he has really shown balance, discipline, some tenacity, all things that we obviously want to embody and embrace as a solid poker player. As Hofmanner this time says, no, I saw what you did to my fours. Threes aren't going to cut it. Now those fours have been passed to the left. As Samavati again being teased by the deck. That has been a theme.
Yeah.
Very much a here kitty kitty sort of relationship developing. On this occasion, he will nibble. He's a flat caller.
I feel like this is just another example of what we talked about earlier, where maybe set mining / board mining, navigating this shallow is just too difficult. Hands such as 4 is just so hard to realize your equity unless you hit a set, and that's just not going to happen very often.
No, 1-4 went into the bin, but the case 4 now reveals itself, and the delightful reality is that it's a set of 4s that are going to find action. As who flops top pair, and again, we see him taking the unexpected line, checking.
Yeah, I think it services you well in general to have some reasonable checkbacks here, so reasonably strong checkbacks in this spot. You're going to want to not weaken your checking range by it just always being give ups or check calls that aren't a queen X. Queen 6-4 doesn't really favor you as the under the gun +1 opener as much as it might the cutoff flatter. So putting a hand such as Queen 10 into that range is kind of nice. It sort of does a bit of pot control against the hands that are beating you and just offers that little bit of rope to the 7s through 9s that might take a stab now.
Now remember, pot a go, we flop a set, we check raise. This time he flops, I flop a flush draw and check raise, right? And this time he approaches things differently with a stronger holding. Check calling, and now drawing dead. Checking once more, 880 in the middle.
Yeah, I'm not sure if who is going to find a fold on turn or river here. I feel like he will find it in one of those spots unless he hits a queen or 10. And I think that's going to make a point about this set mine with 4s, is that if you can't stack your opponent when he flops top pair, then long term, how profitable is a play like this going to be? Now, in this instance, obviously, it's so lovely when you are sitting there with bottom set, unblocking all the big, you know, pair combinations that are out there.
Worthy of note that a quarter pot sizing here on the turn, if it gets called, does set Samavati up for an SPR of 1 on the river. Full pot size bet. Could go north of that, obviously. 1/3, 1/2, and then make it a bit more tempting on the end in terms of the price being laid to who. We have to imagine would continue to anything in that range.
Yeah, I would assume something more in the region of half pot, then he can do 2/3 pot, is that right? But he's actually gone a little bigger. And
is it maybe too big? As we do need to question what Samavati, whose table image has been snug,
460,
flat called us with, and now has barreled at us twice.
I made a prediction a moment ago that who was going to find a fold here on turn or river. Versus this sizing, it might well be turn.
Well, it doesn't appear to be the case, though. As he does gather up the necessary tokens to pay admission for a river.
Samavati has just never really gotten out of line here.
Oh.
Wow. Well.
Payday.
Yeah, you can scratch off all of what I was going to say.
And that's courtesy of the fact that top 2 arrive on this river in a 2 million chip pot. It's going to prove to be a costly one. Just north of 0.5 SPR for Samavati here. Maybe who comes with the bet? One could understand it.
Yeah, he'll be weighing up how often is it value versus hands that are looking to get to showdown.
Yeah.
Like maybe a queen jack is going to snap check back, wants to charge that hand.
And note, this is a bit disgusting now for Samavati, David, as the diamonds are very much in our face.
They are, but this is too much hand. Too much kit, as you'd like to say. You don't love it.
Shades of Pasquale Vinci with the set of kings late last night. A fold that nearly sent me to the local hospital.
Oh, look, I understand Samavati's pain here, but also you need to just look back on this hand. Okay, maybe he's played it a bit like queens, but if you're going to play pocket fours pre-flop in this spot, you can't be afraid to get all the money in.
42 left, 567 up top. A call for our tournament life, though the weight upon the shoulders is great.
Who now thinks he's got the best hand and his opponent is in the agonies with king queen?
There's no straight or flush out there
Yeah.
behaving in this way.
Yeah, he's pretty sure his opponent has king queen and he's just hoping to get the cry call. He has no idea that he is the worst hand right now. In fact, he's absolutely certain.
Yeah, that
he is
cry
the
call
best.
will be tears of joy if
Yeah.
it comes in once top two is revealed. But one cannot fault Samavati for experiencing all of this discomfort. David, courtesy of the max pressure line on the river here.
Yeah. So long as he finds the call, I don't begrudge him this time in the tank, but this is going to seem like a bit of a nit roll to Hugh.
Oh.
No, surely not.
He did pull a chip off the cards. That does clear a path for them to find the muck.
Surely not, Ali.
I'm not so sure that who has any definitive sense of where he's at. I don't know that King Queen makes a meal of things to this extent.
Just cash.
Oh man.
Lucky. A lot.
Like maybe, just maybe, he flats ace queen as well. So ace queen, king queen.
With maybe the ace of diamonds for a little bit of leverage.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, don't do it, Samavati. Don't do it.
He doesn't want to. But he very well might.
Could you live with yourself?
I promise you that my reaction to a fold here will come entirely in Farsi,
Just a private over
so as to abscond
25, 50.
the
He alone.
intensity of it.
If it's possible, they make it 6 cards. Excuse me? Oh, no.
What diamond combos check the flop? If that's what we're so scared of. What diamond combos check call the flop?
Sometimes for fun, yellow.
Queen 9 of diamonds? Queen Jack of diamonds? Ace 6 of diamonds? Not that many. 7, 8 of diamonds, not a thing. No!
Oh, such a
دستشو انداخت دور دیوید دستشو انداخت دور 3 تا 4 داشت. I promised you I would do it.
big bluff. He fold the set 6.
Oh.
Set 4, set 6.
That was a 3.1 million chip stocking stuffer that just got returned to Santa Claus.
Bluffing table.
And let us not overlook Mr. Lappin. What Mr. Who just accomplished.
I know. Open book.
By having the wherewithal to be the person to put it all in on the river there, that was simply incredible.
Yeah, I think just assumed he would be reverse free rolling himself, not to put it in himself. Maybe felt like against that specific opponent he was up against value, had to pursue the value of his own on that wonderful river card. Didn't want to see a nervous queen jack or king queen knuckle it back, so thought I have to charge them, I have to make them pay. And then inexplicably that has turned into a bluff.
You know, I sympathize though, David, only because, and I know you're going through the diamond combos, not to get mired down in that one. But as you zoom out to the macro of where we are, 42 left, 567 up top, the desire to fight on, and to be able to do so with still a somewhat serviceable stack, 12, 13, 14 bigs, and the sense that would he ever be bluffing? He wasn't. He thought he had the best hand. But we see the diamonds, and it's right there in our face.
Yeah.
I am absolutely certain that you, me, and everybody out there listening has been guilty of overcooking it like that ourselves on many occasions across the span of our poker careers, both early on and more recently.
That is fair. That is fair. We've all been there.
But that really is the second straight evening on which I will lie down with a measure of sleeplessness, courtesy of a set finding the muck on the river.
Very good, very good, very good.
Boy, when that pot catches up to the stream and these gentlemen...
Yeah, better than 7.
I beat better than 7-4.
Yeah, you beat them.
7-6.
Get a look at what
No,
transpired. That is going to leave some people breathless. And of course, the lack of oxygen will be most
Please, you're not allowed to
replete
about my hand.
for Samavati. And producer Milbutas weighing in. He too took several minutes, by the way, to collect himself to the point where he could actually press the button and speak to us. He was gasping for air himself, clearly.
I didn't have ace.
Yeah, you didn't have none.
But stepping in to say that yesterday's set of kings fold cost him more REM cycles than he feels like this evening's set of fours fold, which he has more compassion for.
Well, there was less of a story told. It was so innocuous last
yeah, correct.
night.
Correct.
At least there was a story told tonight.
Not a problem to you, you know.
And a really potent and eloquent one.
Thank you. Thank you.
The man who has emerged as a bit of a Shakespeare here at the feature in David Who.
Everybody will see them in half an hour.
Took the quill to the ink and
Solo card.
really outperformed himself.
Yeah. And I like to be fair, you know.
I had 5 deuce of spades.
Right. I think Gromov recognizing that it's going to be a fruitless pursuit to try to get any authentic information out of David there. Cheeky response. But oh my. That which those of you didn't see was the way in which I violently attacked David here in the booth right after that fold, grabbing both of his hands and violently shaking him.
It felt like the appropriate thing
you know,
to do.
You dealt with it well. I think you recognized that you were just a proxy. As finally Gromov finds himself something to get involved with. Ace-queen suited, okay. I'll take it. Yeah, you see him nodding. Now, is that T-shirt perhaps merchandise from DJ Marshmallow's collection? I don't know if you're familiar with this character, David. If not, allow me.
I'm not, I'm afraid. I'm
But,
sorry. This is the crocodile. Is it not a...
No, not
no,
Samavati's,
Lacoste.
Gromov's.
Ah, sorry, okay.
playing one
I'll
more
take a
shot.
closer look.
This is, here we go. It's a man who basically spins electronic music with a marshmallow on his head.
It's like Lord Buckethead of DJs. Yeah, okay.
I don't know if we are playing one more level.
I'm sure he makes millions per set.
If we are, we're not playing here.
I'm not sure I will make to the break.
I don't want to play here. So too many.
Your strategy will be only the final table you want to play here, no?
I have to.
I feel like I'm still suffering from the after effects of that dirty bomb that went off.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
It wasn't a tactical nuke. It was bit sloppy, bit brute force, if I'm honest.
I have to show you some nice things.
Well, yeah, the collateral damage is to us.
Yeah, I'm irradiated. Meanwhile, more poker still left to be played. Somehow, I lack confidence that it is going to be as impactful as that hand. But one never knows, especially when we have this cast of characters at the controls. Blind versus blind here. 7-5 suited, the pre-flop villain. Hoffmanner digging in with King Deuce offsuit, by the way.
So when I will bust,
Flopping
I will
himself
bust
second pair. Content to check
Delay.
back, keep things
Delay,
small,
not
and
live.
now Kings and Deuces will be quite a relief, but note that it is a second spade on the board, which now
I can't lie.
gives Erdene
Bust the bases.
the flush draw. Look at this 220K bet. Dictating the sizing into the 520. Hoffmanner just very mindful of the awkwardness of a pre-flop raise, check, then lead. Just playing it safe with a flat. Now, the spade that was needed didn't arrive. A 7 has arrived. This is fake showdown, I would imagine.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Will he pull up lane or will he continue to get after it? Promptly, we have our answer. And now with the check in front of us, and a very dry river card, 960 in the middle. Some comfort in pushing forward. 600K. You know, that pot would have been cool if someone would have folded a set, David, but instead it was just, you know, pair of 7s and kings up.
Pedestrian.
Whatever. Oh, man. Hofmanner, by the way, quietly been going about his business to great effect. David hasn't drawn much attention to himself. Conveniently nestled behind, by the way, Mr. Hu and Mr. Buller-Erdene.
Yeah, there's an advantage and a disadvantage to that. Clearly, he's not going to get too many opens. They're going to get in there before him with a wide range, force him into a 3-betting game more often than not, or a flatting game, as we've seen him take on a number of occasions. But the good news is he's in position to them, so he gets to see what they do first.
Couple of 8s.
160.
Pay a visit to Mr. Nuri. The raise to 160. We'll have company. To be determined in what form. As David Hu at the helm reaches for more than 160. Precisely 3x. It's not one but 2 kings. We're going to find the muck behind him. Obviously is poor reality to be faced with when we have just the 2 overs. 1 queen as well.
Yeah, tricky spot now for Nuri. He's got exactly that stack that is very leverageable by a 3-bet. That 30 big blind stack can always be lent into when they open. I'm sure Hu keenly aware of that and the reason he's chosen to 3-bet this king queen out. Also just a great candidate. Does make the call, but as you can see there, stack to pot ratio of just 2. Pocket 8s, navigatable but not easy. Another interesting pot developing here.
Very much so. Let's see. Top set. I would like to make you a promise, David. If somehow the set of 8s finds the muck in this one, I will find the nearest lighter, take it to my hair, and run through the poker room. And I've got enough product in here to stay ablaze for a good bit.
I'm really glad it ended like that, because given how you accosted me after the last one, I thought the lighter was being taken to me in some way.
Ambition from this king-queen, which is very much feudal in nature, at least for the time being. Nuri with top set and very much a board texture that isn't supposed to be interacting whatsoever with Hu's hand, and as such, maybe makes it a better candidate for a flat call.
Definitely. There will be maybe the ace-5 suited in there that has a goodie, something that could blindside you here, but most of the time you're just in incredible shape.
Yeah, that hand specifically is the one that feels like it would be the lone threat, let's call it, to these 8s, other than an overpair. Now look at this ace of diamonds coming off. This is the kind of card that Hu could seek to represent.
Definitely, Ali. What a beautiful card for Nuri here. He's hoping his opponent has an overpair or an ace-x, preferably a big one. And if you're Hu, well, you've just been given the gift of another card to represent. You initially were representing perhaps overpairs with some ace-x that were just doing an equity denial job. Now you actually can lean on your opponent, and well, Nuri's just going to be gifted a huge amount of chips here.
I cannot fault Hu for this bet, though, of course, given the plausibility of ace-x combos from him, and in turn, the plausibility of the 9s through jacks sort of kit. The queens and kings maybe push back on us pre, But those 3 holdings in particular really in a bind on this turn and would be candidates to a flatted pre and then check called post.
Yeah, and I wonder if this isn't a 3-street plan from who. He's got the ace-king, ace-queen blockers. His opponent probably never has ace-king anyway, or would have come back over the top. Maybe he doesn't even have ace-queen. Ace-queen may have come over the top of someone as active as him as well, but we'll have to see now. Nori doing a good acting job so far, not overselling it. Right amount right now.
He's got it all cut out, awaiting deployment. And then restacked and put forth. Now this
Quick
is
check of the king of diamonds there from who, you can be sure.
futureless. King, queen, in particular if a diamond doesn't roll off. Remember, it was backdoor diamonds that created the devastation a pot ago. This is about as clean as it gets.
Put the lighter away, Ali.
For a set of 8s, yeah, well, there was definitely some flammable futures available. Not this one, though.
Yeah, got to check it on over one more time here, sir. Let your opponent barrel off. No, looks like he's going to do his own dirty work and let who off the hook.
I'll tell you what, it could very well be the function of the fact that the pot is already so big, 3 million, and maybe he anticipates that some of the ace X is just going to shy away from things on the river. But look at the sizing, David.
It's so blockery. Wow.
I actually love, if we're going to leading for this size and actually trying to induce a really suicidal raise from a guy who we know has it in him. But is this the combo? Is this the river?
I'm trying to figure out what hands want to do it in Nori's seat here. What hands want to blocker? Does, like, ace 4, ace 7, and ace 8 never call pre.
Right.
So it's sort of, and does ace jack call flop? I don't really know what he's representing with this blocker.
Look, ace king would have been heard from pre, we imagine, right? Ace queen maybe doesn't call the flop. When it does, that one, I don't even think the ace jack is a part of the equation here.
I wonder if he's just trying to feign like he's getting to the cheapest showdown possible with like pocket 9s.
Yeah, but if it is pocket 9s, we can't beat it with king queen, and yet we can put tremendous pressure on it.
And I think that's probably what's in whose mind right now, but it's so narrow. Repping so narrow with this blocker bet.
That was a very legitimate pause, and it wasn't associated with anything other than the idea that maybe heroism was going to be available to David Hu on yet another occasion. As we know, it certainly would not have. I would imagine Nori's chips would not have taken long to call.
No, not on that occasion. We weren't. We were going to pay the piper if he had pocket aces, for sure.
This is very significant infusion of chips directed toward Nori. As David Hu is considerably off the high water mark now, much of that which he earned himself against Namavati has now been passed along in transitive form. What do we have here? Joining the ruckus. No clue what he's missed. Oh, is that Yossi? Back here at the feature. Eluse. Let's see how outer tables have treated him. Not certain I can measure up exactly how much he's got in front of him right now, but Nuri significantly more in front of him than just a pot ago when he took hard to earn $2 away. Now, min-raise open. And one of these candidates in the form of ace-deuce suited.
Yeah, certainly. And if it should get back to him, will Nuri proceed in a similar fashion? Obviously the 8's playable on a good few many boards more than the 4's, but you just flopped a set, maybe you can flop another one.
Samavati, we don't need to wonder what's on his mind. David, right up until the point that the stream shows him. It's going to be,
is that like now?
Did I fold a winner or not? It feels right around that time. Musa clears the path. Do believe a 4 hit the muck.
Let's flop a set one more time, he says.
Just don't put it in the muck on the end. Queen, queen 3. Good texture.
Yeah, I mentioned how maybe you have to navigate a few other boards when you call the 3-bet in these spots. Bowler Erdney obviously has backdoors. He's got the ace high, which could be good. He's got backdoor heart, backdoor wheel. Maybe comes with a 250 here, something small, 320 in this instance, and maybe Nuri has to be sticky now. Sort of as good a board as he maybe could have hoped for if he wasn't going to make his set. If he does proceed, does he decide his hand needs protection and raises? You do feel protected somewhat by the presence of a paired board here, that when you flat, your opponent will be deathly worried about you having some Queen X and maybe starts playing a bit more honestly, and that gets you to showdown.
Spade draw is available. So it isn't only the Queen X, obviously, that would be associated with that line. And look at just how cozy Nuri is feeling with a big stack, which he does not hesitate to put to work. And note that it's being employed and deployed, for that matter, against one of the big stacks. And this is, I feel, a bit out of line in terms of context.
Yeah, and I wonder if Bowler Erdney is thinking to himself, well, wouldn't a queen just call? Isn't that what they would do? Isn't this a little bit suspect, maybe a flush draw? I only have ace high. Can I proceed with a call and try and outmaneuver my opponent if indeed that is the kind of hand I'm up against? Or could I click it back? Well, Nuri
One more hand.
takes down another one. What a few moments he's just had.
It's inspirational, obviously, for those who have been patiently waiting. And it's enviable for those with a front row seat on either side of them, in Kosia and Gromov, who really haven't been able to do a whole heck of a lot here in this frame, which is not far from having the curtain drawn on it. What a fruitful level this has proved to be.
Bravo. This is the highest card I got today.
Yeah, no more hands. Break.
Ordinary.
No. No, it's okay.
The manager after the 15 minutes break and she pays 5,000. She pays 5,000 for 15 minutes break.
Today no TV, only watch this in the night. No plans.
Does appear that this will be the final hand prior to the break.
Are you okay, my friend?
Those who are folding are stepping away.
Take this, take this. First walk.
So a walk to the freshly arrived Elius. And really a still smoldering battlefield out there as the blinds will be headed to 50 and 100,000, where David, who hanging on to the chip lead, but ever so narrowly over the upswinging Erdene, at least prior to the exchange there with Nuri, who has now joined them up at the top of that leaderboard here on day 3, late stages of this Merit main event. And I don't need to tell you what I'm thinking about. I assume I know what everybody out there is thinking about. Obviously, there was another something to focus upon, which was on the back end of Nuri kind of picking up that big pot with the set of 8s. The move that he pulled against Erdene with the 4s, not a line that we would have anticipated, but obviously focus is on the fold by Samavati with what was a winner and a prime opportunity to chip up going into this level up.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a ding-dong level or two, it must be said. David, who is sort of the first cast member in what I thought was going to be a two-person story. He was active, he was circumspect, he was careful at times. He got into that interesting fight against Bowler Erdene, but then that hand you mentioned against Samavati, and then that other skirmish with Nuri at the end. Bowler Erdene, well, you said to me there wasn't much available information about him and maybe his merits and claims to greatness. Well, that evidence must surely exist because he's played far too well to be a newbie, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He's a stone-cold killer. However, having said all of that, and I didn't think we'd be saying that until right there at the end, we had a bit of a show stealer right at the death. We had a late surge from Nuri, who won those 2 huge pots, and I think that changed the complexion of this table. And as they go off now to one of the outer tables, they won't be on the feature table for the final frame, I think. Am I right about that?
I believe so as well. TBD, maybe we keep them right where they are, given that obviously delightful complexion change as you brought up. We will know in just short order though, but is there a finishing thought beyond that?
Yeah, I think they're going to carry that dynamic into that final hour wherever they happen to be.
Sure.
I think it's just created a new dynamic at the table. 3 very big stacks. Yes, of course, those very short ones, we're not giving them much love, but they didn't really get much love from the deck.
Well, listen, if that last couple of levels and that frame are any indication, you're not going to want to go away. I don't care what time it is. We've got 1 more hour of coverage still to go here in day 3, and there might be plenty of fireworks available. So then, without further ado, we send you to the break along with the players, but we will return with that last hour. James Dempsey going to tag in for David Lappin, who I'm sure is going to be watching along with you prior to heading to bed. So then, stay close. We'll be back continuing coverage of day 3 after this.
Question.
What are you doing, man?
So many chips.
What are you doing, man? Exactly.
You crazy guy.
Like, unquestionably, it's a game theory call because you just don't have much better.
Right.
Right at the tippy top of your range here, but yes, it's a gross spot.
No, no, why you shove?
Well, it's a range theory call, assuming your opponent has hands that aren't just overpairs, which obviously in this case we see is the case. And it's a monstrous pot, 2 million chips, where Doe needs to find any paint.
Yeah, Kennar basically worked it out. He thought his opponent had Jack Queen rather than King Queen. It's much of a muchness. Obviously, Jack Queen would have a little bit more equity. King Queen is in slightly worse shape.
Wow, what a huge first pot we have on this table. Kennar just the recipient of
Ace King, Ace Queen. He gets it, right?
Well, there we go. Well, maybe describe this surely a slightly over-aggressive misstep.
Notices that you got the high armrest. Can be a little uncomfortable if you've never done it before because you're used to your normal positions. And then getting your cards into the box, all that stuff. And just feeling the pressure of the lights.
Kennar's not feeling too much pressure. He flopped the top pair and got the whole chips.
Right to do that. El Yakubi. Wow, number 1.
That is number 1. Guglielmone now decides to strike, and completely reasonable, of course, as well. But unfortunately, this is just terrible timing. He folded the spot where he was good, and he's ripped it in where he's in very poor shape.
Yeah. Very unlucky here for Guglielmone. He's got 2 live suits.
Jar's taking some interest in this with King 10 suited. Again, against the open jam, you can start to think maybe, but it's a jam over an open from +1. That range is both tighter and you have the original razor to worry about.
Quick fold from Doroshkov. Quick call from Yakubi. Guglielmone gets the bad news so far.
Good luck.
Stand up. It's worth a few percent, but a few percent on top of 13 doesn't get you too far.
Good luck, folding.
J'avais le disque.
He's way behind, so.
79 players remaining.
Well.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance. There are 2 spades, of course, as well, though, working against him. 5 pure outs. 1 pull.
Close.
Game.
No cigar. Yakubi.
Je prends tout.
Up to.
Je prends tout, hein. Hein, je prends tout.
Tu vois pas ces cartes, tu dis.
2 million plus
T'as
now.
vu, je prends tout.
And Doe now. Sort of settled in a bit now after those couple of very big bet plays. Do you think the losing the King Queen to Ace 10 tamed him a little? Obviously he shoved the Ace King afterwards, but oh, and look at this. Genuine clash, perhaps.
Yeah, quite an easy one for Hajar as well. There's 20 blinds. I don't think you get much decision other than to go for all of it. That's what he does.
Now, presuming no hands wake up all the way around, Doe actually has an interesting spot here because how much lighter than 10s would Hajar go?
Right. Are you expecting to see 7s and 8s? Probably not. 9s? Maybe.
Yeah. That feels like the bottom all right. Quick call, though.
Knows he's going to be up against that quite a lot and is happy to run it. I think that's fair. I think just about cool. Doe's showing a willingness to gamble as well, of course. He's not afraid of the big pots. I'm not surprised to see that. And he gets a very nice looking 4, 5, 6 flop.
Up he stands.
Yeah, gets him to his feet. One card to fade. David also rises to his feet in preparation for this river.
Oh! Did I counter his standing up by standing up myself? Is that what happened there? That's a nasty one for Dow there. Barry Greensler, main event. A 3 million guaranteed prize pool, but oh my goodness me. 1,223 entrants decided that that wasn't enough. A record breaker here in North Cyprus. A marker of sorts put down ahead of the upcoming EPT in October. And Dow, well, he is in the mood to gamble here. Wants to get back all those lost chips.
You might get this. You might get this through now. Obviously, Hajar has to worry about the opener, not just the jam. Heads up, I'm sure he would have been keen to give a spin, but this is difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if you went either way with this one, David.
Yeah, I think this is super tricky with 40 bigs, and maybe the only person who covers you behind you having opened in reasonably early position.
Especially when you just got those chips.
Sure. That's it too. I think anything around 30 big blinds you would maybe isolate here. Especially when you might get this nagging feeling that Dow is being impatient. He's sort of telegraphing that, although that could be balanced. You know, he might do something similar with a pocket queens or pocket kings in this spot.
Yeah. I think I might lean towards just going with it against Doe specifically after the hand he just lost. But I think he does nice. Yeah,
and we're going to have another flip.
Yeah, but
a very fair contest, this one.
Oh, he doesn't realize that Aishen folded Queen Jack as well.
Oh,
the mic off. This is the full.
This worked earlier.
That's always that's the best move you can do on a TV table. It's not the stand up. It's not the back on. It's the mic off. That is the strongest move you can do to add percentage to your all-ins. Let me tell you, I've seen it enough times in the past.
Still a somewhat fair fight.
And welcome back to the desk, where we are still stunned at what we just saw over the course of the last frame. James Dempsey front and center now, and we are both delighted to advise you that we are going to follow through on this last hour-long level with the same cast of characters that gave us so much entertainment over the course of the past 2 hours. And there has been very much a dynamic shift out at this table, James, as we are going to have 3 stacks up at that 55-ish big blind range, and then we tailor and taper all the way down to the shortest of those stacks with the blinds at 50 and 100,000. And that is really quite the leap from 40-80, and it is very difficult to kind of stave off that sub 10 big blind reality when these things happen.
There comes a time, Marley, where the blinds come for all men. There's no avoiding it. I mean, this structure is incredible, but 50, 100, a starting stack is now a big blind. Things do have to move as we try and wilt this field down to as few as possible before tomorrow.
Listen, as much value as there is in the structures that are on offer here at the Merit Poker Room in each and every one of these series, there is eventually a time where we do have to come up with a winner, and obviously escalating blinds are the means by which we get there. They only happen once an hour, but now the jump's more significant, and there comes a time also, James, where David Hu comes for all men, as he did against Samavati in another folded set. You and I were in here for the set of kings yesterday, and here tonight.
Come on,
yes,
we're not folding more sets. Tell me this is a little different, this one.
It was different, but how long have I been doing this? The better part of 2 decades. Never has a fold caused me to break out into Farsi. But I did it. And I actually grabbed David Lappin and shook him violently because I didn't know how else to process what we saw. It really had so much to it, and maybe more is in store as the sun has set long ago upon the Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel. In fact, we are closer to the sun rising than we are removed from its setting.
I just find it hard to believe you've been doing this for 20 years, Ollie.
I know. I can't quit it. It's just, and moments like that, by the way, are very much a reason why, because you think just when you've seen it all, you really haven't. And there is the landscape aforementioned with Hu, Erdene, and Nuri at the top three, then the big taper off, a better than 2-1 lead for all of them on Randy Hoffmanner and company as we work our way down to the shortest of stacks. So strap in, Mr. Dempsey.
Ollie, I meant that as an insult. You have so much self-confidence that you didn't even land.
No.
And now I just feel like I'm not good enough.
Yeah, well, see, that's a veteran way to process it.
What did you have,
James? And
what
you
did
should
you
embrace
have?
that feeling I've left you with. Is
Queen.
we see an embrace of the
Queen
two
king.
red jacks for David Hu and an ace king for Hoffmanner. It didn't take long for us to find an incendiary
Your
development
bet
here.
didn't make any sense.
No. Like the last time.
The last
I
time.
3-bet, like queen,
Nothing,
3.
nothing.
What a talk. I like it.
I had a better hand than you, for sure. But not so strong.
By the way, something to be pointed out, James, as we play this level
Definitely a better
is
hand than you.
the fact that everybody on that break surely, oh, another ace king suited this time for Samavati. Was going to say they've all had a chance to go back and review the mystery pots, the ones that didn't get to showdown, to see what exactly everybody was working with.
But look at this. Hoffmann just flat off 26 blinds with this ace king against who's open. Samavati loving life with ace king behind, but this surely therefore develops into 3-way all in the way it's played out. If Hoffmanner had jammed and then Samavati rejammed, okay, it's only 8.5 blinds. It was going in anyway. What am I talking about? But kind of crazy nonetheless. Unless he's laying this trap for one of these short stacks to jam behind. Fun stuff already. Deviations.
Yeah.
I guess that's what he's done it for, is to lay this trap. Samavati taking a long time over this. Are we on a pay jump? Is that what's going on here?
No,
yeah,
this is
36th gets 14.8 and 35th gets 17.2. So this explains this tank.
But this is also post-traumatic stress for the man who did lay down the set of fours and knows that he was incorrect.
Yeah, but this is ladder stuff. It's a big ladder. $2,500. Nearly a buy-in. Just wait till someone basically tells you you've got to play a hand. Or until you see that screen drop down a player. And that's what you see. Hoffmann is aware of this now.
I have 2.2.
So I like it. He's going to leave a chip back to buy himself even more time. I was going to suggest that he will do this. I'm glad he has.
So in comes the 3-bet to 750,000 from the ace-king suited. And this is going to have squeezy vibes from time to time.
Yeah, it's obviously a hand. It's never getting through.
How much you have?
You might get through the opener,
3
but
whites?
the player in between is always going to call.
Well, here's the thing. Do the jacks react differently in the face of flat and then 3-bet than they would in the face of 3-bet and then jam?
Yeah, this is a nicer spot. It's easier to get jacks in here.
That's exactly what Hu has done, and now note.
Yeah, and Hoffmann trap played. And I promise you now, Hu feels sick. He thinks he's walked into the real good tier.
Sure.
Ace King's not normally the trappy hand in this spot. It would be the bigger pairs.
Look how much better the jacks performs when 2 ace-kings are spread about.
Yeah. And it's funny now, because Samavati's doing a favor for Hoffmanner as well. So Hoffmanner should be encouraging this.
All good, all good.
Because, you know, there's a world where Hoffmanner is the one who gets eliminated here. Samavati wins the main pot, who wins the side pot.
I will check. It's a money jam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would require spades.
Oh, I mean, before the cards are tabled. I mean,
Sorry, guys. Take your time.
No problem. We are happy.
this is one of the reasons why you see some places introduce time banks once you're inside the money.
or something. I didn't see the page.
The thing is, everybody at the table is quite all right with Samavati taking his time here on account of the fact that everybody enjoys the pay jump if they manage to
we are
secure
lucky
it.
that we made. To be honest.
Who feels sick? I promise you, the way this is played out.
Oh, the snap
He's open.
from Hoffmanner.
Just the flat behind the squeeze. He's jammed, snapped. It just reeks of aces or kings. And I like the fact that Hoffmann has done it as not as wide as ace king, but he selected that hand as the slow play because typically we pick the hands that are really easy to play post. Ace king that little bit harder. Hard to get value with ace king when you do a hit. Typically the opponent's got a pair.
Never calling time. Somebody else wants, I don't care.
Not that Samavati respectfully advising that if somebody wants to call the clock, they
Yeah, you
obviously
are involved, guys. I don't care.
are well within their right to do so.
But whilst he's thinking, I'm thinking about getting that cap, Ollie.
What do you guys have?
The Lacoste hat.
I play a lot of crocodile dentists for dinners.
Oh, yeah.
That cap feels like it's going to run pretty good.
Ask him. Ask him.
I think he's good. I will.
Is king any good?
No, I have a good pair. I will suck you guys out, so it doesn't matter.
That's
Excuse me. This chat is it's not out of line because it's obviously going in, but it's still a little borderline with action still
yeah,
alive.
you definitely don't typically see this, but
it's
Samavati's
quite-
never going to hold 100K back.
Right.
Such a specific setup
This
here.
is a spot actually where the floor should just step in and put the clock on the player.
Well, they've got to be aware that this is transpiring.
There's 4 tables left. So I mean, imagine they're aware. The players are walking around.
What do you have?
There's reasonable and there's pushing it to an edge, discussing his hand now, obviously.
Yeah, and it's only happening specifically because everybody is giving benefit of the doubt that the conclusion is foregone, that Samavati's last 100,000 will be submitted, regardless of what anybody says they've got. So eventually, they do make an effort to get it down to 35 and secure that 2.5K pay jump, but unable to do so, Samavati does flick in.
Oh.
Yeah, well, there's a floorman there. I wonder if that was what led to the eventual call. As our screen still shows 36, although our stat obviously not the official one. The players have a screen. Ours is updated separately. Maybe
So then, the side pot will be 3.5 million. That will be played between David Hu
Anybody fold a jack?
I have from both, King Jack.
and Randy Hoffmanner.
He did fold King Jack actually. I did see that King Jack folded. Oh, yikes!
Now the jacks have removed the ace and king of diamonds from the available outs. This is a really good board, and now jacks have iced it. On the turn, the diamond rolls off, and not one but 2 ace kings are going to get showered at once. And that does mean, of course, James, that the bigger stack will be the one to pick up the pay jump, while the smaller one will take 36. That would be Samavati.
Assuming there were 36 left, I think maybe it had jumped up to 35, but you're quite correct. Obviously, when 2 players bust out on the same table at the same hand, it does go based on chips. And look at the change it's made there, Ali.
Yeah, the complexion continuing to evolve here at the feature. as David who came into the prior frame as the chip leader, has reclaimed with conviction that honor, leaving behind Erdene and Nuri as what are now middling stacks with 34 left. On the heels of the double elimination, not to be overlooked, the very small stacks of Kosia and Dmitry Gromov, as they are both able to ladder.
Yeah, you suggested to me that David Hu has been driving a bit of action. There'll be some stuff going on here. First hand I see, he knocked 2 players out.
Wasn't false advertising, James.
Really wasn't.
Professional.
That might be the longest hand I've ever seen take place, considering there are about 4 actions in it.
Now then, Gromov, who has been so card dead, now sitting with less than 8 big blinds, a king-jack under the gun when we're going to be going through the blinds, costing ourselves 250 of this remaining 775. Does feel like a tempting one to go with. And he agrees.
Yeah. More than enough. Yeah, this is always a benchmark level for me in any poker tournament when the big blinds are starting stacks, when you know you're getting into it. Of course, that does mean there's still 1,223 big blinds in play, which is quite a lot. Got to win all of them.
Should I see first one okay? Second one not.
Karanuri's still here, nice.
Okay, it was 6.
9-6.
No, first card, okay, it was 6.
No, 9.
Ah, 9, okay.
I thought pair of 9 I would call.
This orbit will be free of charge.
A hero call, pair of 9 hero call.
For Gromov. Did the caramel play, by the way,
No,
that does
of
appear to be
course
an
not. He would
individually
show it,
wrapped
not
candy
kill
that
me.
was also a part of
But
the
he
all-in?
didn't
I had the 9. If you want
Does the winner get to eat the sweet? Is that how it works?
I suppose if you do get showered, it would be a bit uncouth to reach out and pull the candy back.
I saw actually during the main event,
Oh,
of
big
course, I know
fault,
you
big
would have had
fault.
eyes on. There was a card
Oh,
potential,
yeah,
a
it's a
Lucky
big
Omen that
fault.
made it all the way to Dan Wyman's winner's
Yeah.
picture, right?
Yeah.
That was-
He doesn't look like big fold. Never.
Speaking of Lucky Omens, I have to notice I haven't
I
seen.
think if I don't
Buddha.
get on the river, you shot.
Well, James.
The soundboard and then you went there,
I'm
Harley.
considering it.
Your
lead, you have aces or
I had something very good.
The Buddha
but,
that you speak of, which was given to me by
but,
Steve O'Dwyer
I
in
wasn't
London,
Sure, if you have a, for example,
very much
pair, you check back.
alive and well. Granted, suffocating in my
if I have
backpack,
ace
but
king, ace queen, I would.
perhaps
Yes,
that's
of
why
course,
the
of
markets
course.
treated me
Ace
as they
king,
did
ace
today.
queen, even ace jack.
But I
There
have
he
king
is.
queen, so I had
Yeah,
to good blocker.
exactly.
So.
You have
Buddha.
to bluff, but
Lucky
I wasn't
Buddha.
sure.
But you bet call the
For
river.
those unaware, Harley has a very
River,
small
a snap call.
Excuse me?
Buddha figurine.
Okay. Very small pair for Erdene.
2 very small pairs.
The slightly beyond smallest of raises to 225,000. Nuri will flat from the small. Now an ace-9 for Gromov in the big blind.
Yeah. Against +1, things are pretty scary. They're not great with the ace-9. Nuri's flat. Let's allow there to be some theoretical dead money in there. Gromov made us decide to shove this. Okay, you're going to run into big ace some of the time. Bolo's got 2 Broadway cards. Okay, I'm actually okay with this as well. Just fold and find an easier spot.
He tends to agree, and he's not going to lament his decision on a 7-6-3 board, which delivers the gut shot straight draw.
You do get to leverage against Polo by jamming there, because he does have to worry about Nuri behind. So you jam there, you do get Polo to fold some hands. Nothing as good as ace-9, of course, but you get to knock those out, and then you play quite often just the all-in against Nuri. He's going to have, in theory, some pairs, some Broadway combos, maybe some better aces.
Well, what he would have had is the best hand as 2 streets of checking. Bring a queen and then a 10.
Yes. I have a pair. But which pair?
It doesn't matter for me. I have ace-9.
So Nuri falling that one in. So you see all those red chips there in front of him.
Those are the good ones.
Yep.
If he doesn't raise, I stack you.
You're correctly identifying if the
I win against you.
deuces didn't open that pot, that the 5s would have stacked the ace-9. If we are to believe what Gromov was suggesting. Recep Aydemir rejoining the feature here for this last level of play.
Nice.
34 players, present payout, $17,210. It will remain that way until we reach 26 players.
Yeah, it's starting to get chunky, Ali. A bit like me.
At the tail end of any of these visits. Ace-Jack for Kosia.
Yeah, 7.7 blinds. In they go.
Touch of accounting. And neatly and politely comes the jam from the cutoff. Ace-9 suited now for Gromov.
And this is actually a more attractive proposition for him against that cutoff jamming range. Ace-9 suited is comfortably ahead of that range and should see this go in.
Not in reality, of course, as on this occasion it is dominated.
It's funny that they gave him the spot last hand, and then you get the same 2 cards again. They're like, come on.
Yeah.
Have another go. This one is far different. This is... That's crazy.
You're surprised to see the fold.
I am just shocked. I mean, you know, the old adage, we got fold at Katika because we've got 8 blinds ourselves. We can get some jams through. Maybe you want to do that instead of gambling, but
yeah, obviously
we just had the pay jump.
But he would prefer to be the man jamming than the man calling off. And maybe he's also looking up at a Kosia and recognizing that that hasn't been a particularly frisky short stack.
Two hand, ace-9.
That's, yeah, I mean, maybe he has a perception that this shove range is a lot tighter than I think it is. Maybe the case. Even then, I mean, ace-9 is, even against tight ranges, is okay there. Wow. Very surprised. But you can't lose what you don't put in the middle, Ollie. As I learned many years ago.
Well, you can't double up what you don't put in the middle either, and that is very much something that Gromov is in need of.
I wonder if they gave him ace-9 again.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, Mama.
500.
Amazing ace king. This is brilliant. he gave a little thank you to the heavens. Fantastic.
I, for one, would have loved it if the thank you to the heavens came with an absolutely dusty jam.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a little wider than that, but
thank
it
you,
was
Mama.
honest.
9 deuce offsuit jam from the button.
Yeah.
Guy looks down at king
You're
10
a
and
very
starts to think, no.
loose-aggressive player, to be honest. Just kings, ace king, kings.
There was some of the chat Ali suggesting that
He's even
Cookie
more
is
aggressive than you.
on the tight side.
Yeah.
Hence the ace 9 fold. Again, I'm coming in colder than you guys.
Thank you. Fish, big fish.
Yeah, like I said, it hasn't been a frisky short stack.
Who's up? 21 blinds, 2 of them going in with 2 8s. Nuri. 2 5s with 5.5.
2 million, yeah? Total?
No. Oh, this is just very difficult to ever play with 2 5s here. You're not getting the odds to sort of hit a set.
I believe this is Basil Musa's first involvement since his arrival at this feature table, which goes all the way back to the prior frame. And no sooner do his chips work their way toward the middle than he runs into the call, and now the brilliant spot for the 2 jacks of who.
Yeah.
The hand that he used to shower 2 at once.
It's the problem when we do flat with the 2 5s is the openers open off 21 bigs. You can never win that much off them, even if you get all of their big blinds after the flop. And then players behind can squeeze here, both to sizes that fold and also sizes that are comfortable getting it in for 21 bigs. And Musa, yeah, he just got to fold the 8s, I think, after we open here. Don't think we really ever open 6s or 7s, maybe sometimes 7s depending on the table. 8s feels like the worst hand he's got here. Sure, you're flipping a lot, but the rest of the time, you goosed. But you told me David who's in there swashbuckling around.
I mean, I don't want to say swashbuckling around per se, but he's applied pressure in spots. He is the man that got the set of 4s to fold from Samavati. Here he is leaning on this remaining 1.9 of Musa for just another 475. But he's got the chips to do this sort of stuff with.
Yeah, it just feels like we're never getting folds when we jam here. Moose's seat, and much rather have something like ace queen here than the 2 8s. Make the stand with. You just don't open that many hands in this seat, and that's one of the worst ones you've opened with, so it's okay to let it go. Nuri just going to be squeezed out of the pot.
The proposition for the 2 8s is more challenging than it is for the 2 5s, James, or the inverse in this spot?
I mean, I think 8s has got. 8s is there is an argument to jamming, and you know this man maybe is light or you're flipping. The 2 5s just got way too many chips to do anything but fold. We'll see. Having a 19 blinds back as 2 8s, you're more incentivized to gamble. Nice play though from who, picking that one up with the jacks. Be a more interesting spot if Nuri had folded and who 3-bet. He gets the 3-bet smaller then, and then there's a bit more of a decision. Flat maybe removing any decision. I'm enjoying this because we get to the point in the tournament now where I've seen quite a few of these guys already over the last couple of days. We saw they lose earlier. Building up a profile on some of these guys. Long day for them, aren't we?
Yeah, we've kind of touched on how this is really the one that tests the stamina of the remaining field more so than any other. Is Gromov now with pocket aces, more tier 1 kit. But now with $1 million,
yeah, it's just
he's going to put...
kind of fun. He's right on that borderline where he's going to make it look like he's just trying to sneak one through.
Little mini raise.
Hey, got aces. Why not?
Well, Queen Jack wasn't interested from the button, so no action.
Aces?
For the
I know.
I believe somebody speculated that it was aces prior to it being revealed, and it wasn't Gromov.
What did you have? The screen?
Me?
Jacks. Jacks. Jacks? Folded eights. Nice fold.
I fold the set. I fold the set.
Set?
I fold the straight.
Enjoyable atmosphere at the end of the night.
Nobody straight flush?
Nice to see it. I think everybody's very desperate to let the stress of the situation as we close in on our final table give way to some levity, some relief, some relaxation, as they're going to have earned every bit of the sleep that awaits them. Could be too wound up, though, to get down right away, given that $567,000 is going to be going to one of these remaining 33 here in this record-breaking Merit Poker Retro Series main event. Nuri, ace-5 offsuit up front open. A little cheeky.
Yeah, a little cheeky, just trying to reclaim some of those chips he lost a moment ago. And good timing. He's raising into some short stacks in the blinds. So, I don't like it from that respect. And he's got, actually, the stacks behind, bar who. I mean, he's got Gromov behind with, what, 14 blinds now.
Yeah, but then you leapfrog over to Who and then
yeah,
Erdene behind him.
Who's the danger? Erdene's got
5 million plus in front of him.
Yeah.
They threaten. And by the way, from what we've observed,
I mean,
those are guys who can absolutely put you in a blender. They have taken some lines that have...
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't open the ace-5 myself, but it's not as out of line as it might look just because those other stacks are pretty limited.
I mean, I do think also when we are opening up front into those big threatening stacks behind us that we leverage that reality in order to make the hand look a lot better than it actually is. As Gromov continues to be teased by the poker gods, ace-9 off.
I'm calling this the Gromov from now on.
Oh, wait a minute.
Like, he just did this with aces, showed it, and now he's doing it with ace-9. I love this. I was thinking at the time, don't show the aces, but now he has showed them. It's fun to try and sneak another one through.
He's shown that and ace-king.
Yeah,
I
but
believe.
the ace-king's the jam.
Tomorrow,
I mean,
right?
this...
Tomorrow is final day.
But
yeah, this is
now
fun.
perhaps people thinking that he's deep enough to come with an open sizing, but not because he's going to be folding, but rather because he's actually looking for action. Let's see the response here from LCLUs.
Note whose blind he's going after as well. He's obviously got a perception this man's very tight, given he folded the ace-9 for 8.
And in turn, Kosea is going to have a perception that Gromov is tight, one that has been earned, and yet he looks at king-queen suited in the big.
Yeah.
I feel like a flat may be coming.
Yeah.
Let's play a hand between shorts.
That's fine.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah.
Jam is also fine.
It will be a long day. I have a flight and
I have a flight
I think jam
in the morning.
Pretty much always get called.
6 o'clock.
You're in good shape against
Where
all
are
the
you
stuff.
flying?
Oh, how about this board? Jack 9, 7, 2 overs and the gut shot, straight flush draw up against the pair of nines and the ace of hearts.
Well, Gromov might want to fold, but a hard with the ace of hearts.
Also from Larnaca?
Yes, yes.
So also the The way
But
there
remember,
is like
Garcia
1.5
has
hours.
that reputation for
Please,
being
you
very
say
tight. If we do think that we're
3:30,
behind with the ace-9,
I have to be
there is some math to be
latest
done.
2 o'clock
Yeah, but you are beating
Okay, I
some of the other
can
nines that might make this
You make
play. You're
final
beating
table.
some of the
If
other
I-
7x, the flush draws. You might have a
If
hand just like
it
king
doesn't
queen
matter.
or queen 10. It's not always just a jack here. But again, these guys have been playing together. There's some dynamic established. I'm not going to second guess it again. It made me look stupid the last time.
How much is it?
Mr. Luca,
775.
Mr. Luca,
700, no, 725.
725 and a 550. Romov's gonna, whatever happens, have nightmares about ace-9. Wow, he lets it go.
Show.
Hmm?
Show.
You pass?
Yes.
On that flop?
I call.
Late.
a joke.
I mean,
Dream flop, dream.
he was a dog with 2 to come.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he has
I think he can live with it.
monster hand on this flop. You didn't fold ace-5 heart, ace. You didn't fold the nuts flush draw.
I
Yeah, just
show,
one ace. The other one,
ace
black
of
ace.
heart.
The other one, black of ace. Black ace.
Would you go all in with my card with 6
Four.
blinds?
Of course. The flop, of course I would do.
Fun stuff.
I would check all in. Not, I'm with your hand, I'm just so confident.
Yeah, this is
But too many outs, too many outs.
He's played it perfectly the way he played it, getting a 9 to fold.
Better reflecting.
Miri suggesting, you know, check and get more money in. But we have had no fold equity there. I lose ace-king suited.
On the button, no less.
Mm-hmm.
As the post-mortem gives way to the next hand. Mini raise, and no takers. A couple of offsuit 7s. Elias, by the way, knows what it takes to make a deep run in a main event here at Merit Poker. Finished 14th at the Carmen Series, which is another $3,300 buy-in. That was good for 22,000 and change. Obviously, looking to better that result here.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Maxime Chalot running out the winner. Of course, the man in 5th was able with the 5th. Let's see if any of these were in the mix. Obviously, recap, Idamir's, is it son, I believe? Davut,
Yeah.
Idamir was deep in that one as well. And Gromov, of course, was deep. Came 21st last time out.
I one card every time same.
Down to the last 32 this time.
The
Ace-10 offsuit, the under-the-gun kit for the deep-stacked Who.
That's a spot there, assuming that there are 32 left that we can peel with 6-7, just because we're so short, the reverse implied odds are lessened. We're up against the widest range at the table, albeit he is still opening from under the gun. But it may be that we're a little closer than our graphic suggests. Again, it's not the official number. That all said, from off, see a player who puts a hell of a lot of importance on tournament survival, and it's a good trait to have.
Well, survivalism has played a role in at least some of those who have weaseled their way into this final 32. Bobbing, weaving, tunneling.
I didn't have said you keep giving me the same card. And I swear in my mind it was the King of Clubs. And he's found it again.
He's found a raise this time.
Slightly better kicker.
Oh, and he's found a problem. As the King Jack suited of values does rate to seek involvement.
Yeah, I think anything but a call would be a little too much. All right, just gonna get out of the way. Doesn't want to play against that man.
I was pretty surprised by that.
I can understand it.
Walk us through the reasonings against.
Just thinks up against a very solid range off Idemir opening up 19 bigs. There'll be some understanding. Some history between the two. It may feel Idemir it's just going to be pretty tight here. Doesn't see a lot of upside. You can see, of course, if King 10 offsuit's in, then we should be calling with King Jack suited. But
sometimes the very fact that a player is going to be tight allows us to maybe take one in position, and if that player does not improve on the flop, we expect there to be a more passive approach post-flop.
Yeah, I mean,
take a pot away, as we do see a lovely development for Idemir, who always was dominant against Hugh's King Deuce, which is absolutely missed this board. But go on, James.
Yeah, again, I'd have been in myself, but these players have got to make decisions based on the information they have.
And the deviations, obviously, are associated with things maybe beyond our scope.
Yep. I'd say that we always say it here at Merit. You've got a lot of players who play at Merit. They're all familiar with each other. There's a lot of history we're not privy to. So there's going to be a lot of deviation.
On that occasion, obviously, the dominant hand ended up in the muck, as perhaps credit for better kit than the King 10 was being given to Idemir, who now looks down at Ace-9 suited, the Gromov, as James has christened it.
Yeah.
Up we go to 2 1/4.
When he loses the second open in a row, he's like, oh, maybe I should have called King Jack suited. Although, he did miss the flop and would have been out-pipped by the opener. May as well be a factor of the fact that he was, in fact, somebody did mention, Idemir was opening with who in the big blind? The one who's just always going to call. It's not like he's opening to one of the short stacks in the big blind and therefore maybe has a slightly wider range. He's supposed to open a bit tighter into that player.
Perhaps a consideration.
Yeah.
Indeed, as we do see him opening once more. And again, he's doing so into those 2 big stacks in the blinds.
Yeah, much better hand to open with though this time. I like this sort of 23.
Yeah. Those fuzzy feelings not shared by either of those blinds. Is Idemir cobbling away here?
Yeah, it's one of these spots, that Ace-9, compared to early in the tournament, where say we're in that seat under the gun, you'd much rather have a hand like 9s and open, and the big blind average is like 50, 60 blinds.
I
I'm
like
going to play a flop a lot.
easy table.
When we get down to 23 blinds, it's going to get around a lot. You're very unlikely to get peeled.
Call. I want.
So having an ace is actually really useful.
No, I want to call.
you block the 3-bet candidates. So although it's a much weaker hand than 9s, in these situations it's a bit more useful.
But anyway, when we go every time 250, I take 250, 1 round, 2 million. Take.
1.6.
Okay.
You take it.
More. 175.
You lose. His go
Don't account,
with
count
22 blinds.
2, 3, 4, 7.
Only
7
suited
to
aces.
25.
I didn't miss big blind. He's going to go after it.
Bravo.
Not in an exceedingly aggressive manner, as it's just the min raise, and 2 red 9s for Kosia.
It's a little harder to open in a loser's seats just because who's on the button. But still, for all those reasons I just outlined with the ace-9, this ace-7 does make a fine open. I said the reason those hands, they block the 3-bet jam candidates, which is why ace-9 of clubs is a good one. Obviously here, it wouldn't block the candidates because 2 red 9s certainly fit into that thing. You know, if he somehow folds this, then I'm going to stand up and bow down to Gromov and say you were right to fold that ace-9 before.
I lose very big hand.
Because this obviously should be a pretty clear jam.
You lost the game. I open and ace jack. The guy close. Ara push calling for me for him. I have two rough. Ace jack. I fold.
No
the anguish looks real, Ollie.
Ace king. Okay. The guy has ace queen.
He's come this far. 30 left.
No jack. River queen.
Just a handful of hands away from a visit to day 4 in a main, a record-breaking field, biggest payouts ever. It all is on his mind, James.
I don't think you usually see someone do all this and then shove, so I think we're going to find the muck with this hand, unbelievably.
2 times.
Nice.
But with 12 bigs and those blinds coming around that will cost him $250,000, James, I don't know that we are well served to try to find a better spot than this one. Although it must be said that I can sympathize with the thoughts going on in his head. James, I know it feels like an objectively appropriate place to just plow it in.
This man was spot on before with the fold of ace-9. I said at the time it was too tight. Open jam for 7.75 bigs. We've got a gamble with ace-9 suited from the small, but given we just see Kosia fold the 2 9s here, I'm like, okay, this Kosia is a very, very steady player, and I take back what I said. I thought Gromov made a mistake.
I have 3 million.
And Gromov is always deep in these events here. He knows the field well. So
yeah, a bit of a fixture. Part of the furniture, let's call him.
Now, we're tanking here. Is this a... There's going to be a draw for the last however many hands of the day.
This isn't a pay jump. That doesn't happen until we get to 26.
Yeah. I think he's just tanking for as long as possible for the clock to be paused with 10 minutes to go on the day, and then hoping that the last however many hands drawn are going to be fewer than it takes to get to his big blind. Here we go. The announcement's just been made. Finish the hand you're on.
3 times, 4 times, big blind. Bravo.
Word has come down that 4 more hands will follow this one.
So now he'll fold swiftly. And that was the plan. All the tricks out today,
What was it exactly that he was seeking to accomplish?
So there'll be a redraw for day 3, for day 4.
Yeah.
No, but you will not be big blind.
So he doesn't want to end up in the big blind before the end of the day.
He knows it's
now
only going to be...
4 more hands are going to happen. There's no escaping it. But with the pause, he's now bought himself an opportunity to get a redraw and then maybe be right behind the button or on the button, as opposed to have to play, or pay rather, the big blind before the end of the night. That is veteran subtlety on display there.
Yeah, I think he's timed it perfectly as well. I think there's unless someone busts out in between, there'll be
Yeah, now it's over.
he won't pay the blind.
Calls for more brisk play now that we know 4 more hands.
No, it could have backfired. It could have been 3 hands, in which case he's cost himself a 3 hand. But if it's 4 hands, he gets a freebie. If it's 5, he's going to pay anyway.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want, if it was 5 and he played quickly, then he might have to play the small blind as well.
They're
so
not going to make it tomorrow if they start at 1. I thought it was 12. I thought the final day was also starting at 12, but they say it's starting at 1. Final day, yeah.
King, Queen 3 board here.
Should be finished. Yeah.
Total whiff for Elyus, and nevertheless, he's going to stab at it. Idemir. Ambitious defense.
Then
That was a long hand, yeah.
What do you have? Anyway, we'll see in half hour.
A7.
Check fold.
A7.
Yes.
Suited.
Yes.
Good luck.
Hmm?
Good luck.
Garcia is like
Six,
ace
seven.
7. I thought a 9's in this
Yeah,
hand about
yeah.
30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
No.
No?
We'll know, boss, that you are lying, so very soon.
Maybe there's some big day 4 prop bets
I
around here.
think I had A7.
No. Of course no. Minimum ace queen.
That's brilliant. He told them the truth. They don't believe him. They've suggested an alternative. And you get a little nod like, yeah, you guys are right. I didn't have ace 7. I had ace queen.
If
Brilliant.
you insist, boys.
Brilliant banter this.
What did you fold? 9-9? I didn't know if you think because you have end or you wait for this.
Who's just going to try and take down as many of these last hands as he can with all this table talk and tightness being discussed?
Listen, nobody is looking to get involved in a big one right now.
I am.
Yeah, but it's not going to cost you a payday.
Fair.
It's just an agent of chaos in the booth. Dempsey. Musa does defend and pick up a double gutter on the King Jack 7 board, which is an actual coin flip against ace 6 as it stands.
Normally you might see the big stack attack this kind of flop, but who deciding that Musa doesn't get to bluff too often on the turn, so you can go for a delayed c-bet. Or just check and try and take ace side of showdown. Yeah, and that's it. He knows he's not going to get bluffed too often, so just decides to try and take it to showdown and holds on.
Hits the ace on the end, does who?
I like how he played this hand.
Kept it tidy.
Yeah.
No post-flop pursuits, although now it does seem like perhaps a sprinkling.
Take it, take it.
10 high.
Running so bad.
Got 2 free tugs.
Mm-hmm.
I have ace.
Never improved.
If you bet flop, you lose.
That's why I checked.
Unsolicited exchange.
It's a good reply.
Divulgence. Yeah, it was a great reply.
I like this guy.
He is going to be a delight to watch
10-9, yeah?
if he works his way into this final table, as he certainly has the stack and the chops.
They've been playing for 14 hours. He looks like he's been playing for 14 minutes.
Yeah.
It's fresh as anything.
That's a good point.
It was, for sure.
It's like, what? Why are we stopping?
Yeah.
Let's just get it done tonight.
That's a great point, James.
I mean, maybe the chips make you feel good. Something you got 9 million.
Rejuvenating.
You perk up a little
Yeah,
bit.
a big stack, certainly.
An elixir.
Will leave you feeling a little bit more spry. than having to nurse a short one.
Yeah, we're going to try and take advantage of the players who've all got one foot in the bag. Lose with the ace-7 suited, huh?
Well, he opened with it last time, followed through, worked out. Now, though, he just seeing Nouri.
This is easier, though. Closing the action. Heads up. A different proposition to the King-Jack suited fold. This one. Go up against a wider range. And you are closing the action. Whoa!
That was unexpected.
I've seen a lot of unexpected folds on this table, Ali. I'll be honest. I think as a table, they're all playing a little bit too tight. We're not on some crazy mad ICM scenario on a final table here, or last two tables. This is
zoom out.
We're
James.
still chip accumulation phase.
Zoom out.
You had
I'm
now
out.
double gacha.
It's
And
the
you
macro
check.
that's on these guys' minds. I'm absolutely certain of it.
End of the day, when we get to day 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
See the flop. You saw it with the.
I will push now.
With gacha. All in.
There is no worse way to try to get to bed tonight than being showered in the final 4 hands. Because maybe you played when you weren't necessarily wanting to. You know, just sailing into the finish line on the evening are many, I would imagine, wary after a long day of stressful perseverance.
This is like World Series of Maine, end of day 1 kind of vibes going on here.
Yeah, sure.
This hand, I would prefer that you're giving me a walk.
No.
Have you ever actually played the World Series?
Yeah.
Maine? You have?
Twice, both times I got showered with aces against, with kings against aces pre-flop.
So you're down 20k in the
For
event?
my stack. Yeah, lifetime.
This year marked the year where I crossed the 6-figure down threshold.
Oh, really?
Nice, so, you know.
Well done, James.
Thank you. Thank you. 104k is the loss, in case you're
It's a
wondering.
real
What can I get with
merit
104k? I wonder. Final hand then.
Ace Jack raising, take it there for who?
I think Ramos going to open this one up with the 7-9 suited. What do
No,
you think?
I don't.
You happy?
I think he's going to unwrap his chocolate,
You happy?
bag it up, and come back to give some people some fits tomorrow, hopefully, as his evening is officially through. Courtesy of that mock.
The funny thing is, who's going to be opening up pretty wide? He's had ace, jack, and 9.
Wait a minute.
Now, this is a man I don't think it's going to be quite in that camp. He's far more experienced. He's going to play the hand he's been dealt, whether it's the last hand of the day or the first hand of the day.
Agreed.
And against the widest range, like 22 blinds, we just get to pile it in here. Especially, it's going to be a super wide range, the way that all these players are talking about how they're going to make the end of the day, how they're bagging, all the folds they're making. I hope he just doesn't get caught up in the conversation and caught up in the idea. And does revert to how I know he plays, because I've seen this man play a lot of poker. There we go. Here we go. Return to the King Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, and obviously it is withering in the face of this action.
Again, one that should have played to the open, but certainly can't play to the jam.
Now it's and come back around to who, by the way, James? And I mean, another 1.9,
yeah, 22 blinds is a lot.
2.2?
You're just not ever seeing 7s here. You get shown a big pair, some percentage of the time, and overs the rest.
Yeah, but who knows? He's got 10 million back. Maybe he wants to take another 2 million into that bag. And day 4.
Wouldn't be the craziest call I've seen.
Two?
It's frustrating because he's going to be raising with so many bad hands.
Ninth.
Good fold.
Ace queen.
Ace queen? Yeah, minimum flip against you.
Yeah.
One time the flop.
It was a good fold, Ali.
They're looking for a rabbit hunt. As that will do it for a very long and very action-packed day 3 of the Merit Retro Series main event, one in which David Hu will bring 100 blinds forward.
Yeah.
10 million in chips. Although the blinds should be going up when we come back tomorrow.
They will.
So actually it'll be a little bit shallower stack than the 100 blinds as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and James, glad to have you with us here as we wrap things up and put a bow on it. James, I know it was a brief frame for you, half in length, but one that packed in quite a bit of interest.
Yeah, interest being the thing. Maybe not so much action, but a lot of interest. We saw the first hand take about 10 minutes with players aware of these ladder spots, and then I saw a series of, well, I thought at first I thought too tight a fold, but then realized they weren't too tight. But then we did see some perhaps too tight folds, but understandable. It's the end of a very long day.
Yep.
Players will take their chance tomorrow with more ladders to come.
And it isn't the last time that we're going to be seeing things that maybe are unexpected in terms of taking it in a vacuum and placing it out onto other streams or outside the borders of Merit Poker in particular, but there is something in the air, something in the water, if you will, and something of $567,000. It's going to be going to one of these final 29 players. So then, we are bagging it up. We will come back, and the stream will begin at 2 p.m. local time tomorrow. We certainly hope that you'll be joining us for that one, as you don't want to leave yourself with a cliffhanger. Come back, see us, as so much talent still remains here, and a champion will be crowned. So then, on behalf of our entire team here at Merit Poker, James, David, and yours truly, Ali Najat, I say good night, and we hope to see you tomorrow, 2 o'clock local time, for the finale. See ya.